beans. Didn't I play with that guy? Osama bin Laden. What the hell? I just had like a serious hot flash. Well, maybe because I was sweating. I was gonna say, and like right now I am freezing. What the hell? I've only seen one guy. What the fuck? Or no, there was another guy over there. Did you get that guy? Is that a guy? Is that my guy? I already used. Yeah, I used both of them. Both of them. Oh, fuck. Okay. I was shooting. Oh, man. Double. Is that our plane? Yeah. Oh, come on. Ah, you fucker. Ah. Shit. Dr. Hamster. that guy laying on the ground? I thought he was dead. Shit, 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 shit. Got him. Boom, got that bitch too. Was that guy's name Narcotic Kill? Or Narcotic Pill? Ah, fucker. Aye. I got your friend. Ah, shit. Oh, nice one. Ah! Fuck, 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 fuck. Got him. Oh. Ah! Yeah. Boom. Bloodthirsty. Oh, I ran out of ammo. Alright. Let's pack one up. Hey, 2718, that's not bad. Shit smells so good. I don't know why I was looking over there. This is going over here. Alright. You ready, stomach? You're about to not hurt. I try to find natural ways to do things. So, like, if my stomach hurts, I like to smoke a bowl. I like to drink ginger ale. Well, any kind of ginger, really, but it's usually ginger ale. Man, I haven't had a ginger ale in a long time. I think I could actually go for one of them right now. But I ain't leaving the house, so that's not gonna fucking happen. But do have oh, it's orange. Wait. Yeah. Wait. Is it fucking Sunkiss or is it fucking Fanta? I think it's Sunkiss. Oh, where'd you go? I can't even read it. I think it's all covered up. Yeah, it's Sunkiss. Probably get that in the fucking fridge too. So I figured, well, I guess for dinner, for breakfast, dinner again tomorrow. If I even have breakfast, I usually never eat breakfast. I got hot dogs with jalapenos. I got a shitload of condiments. Well, I have 7 of each, mustard and ketchup. I don't know why. I've been on a ketchup. I don't really even like hot dogs. But I've been on like a hot dog kick lately. I guess because it's just so damn easy to make. You just throw them in a microwave for a minute and poof, you can eat. With jalapenos, cause I I took out this entire jar of jalapenos. How big is it? It's only 12 ounce. I took out the entire jar with like 4 hot dogs. Like, I was just double stacking jalapenos on top of jalapenos and shit. But today, because I haven't had them in such a long time, I also bought pickles. As a matter of fact, I think I might cut up the pickles. Like, they're already slices. But maybe I'll cut them into like 9 pieces or something like that and kind of just like sprinkle them on like relish. But I thought that would be... I should have got relish. That would have been just easier. Sometimes I'm fucking dumb. And I only took one fucking hit. Alright, let's get... But it's one of those things that I'm so excited to eat. But I just, like, when I got home, I was like, or before I got home, I was like, I'm gonna, oh, dude, I should open up black beans and put them on a hot dog. That would be good. Do I have more? Yup. Looks like I should have 3 of each. Refried beans and black beans. But I was so excited to eat one of these hot dogs that I still haven't done it. Like, I got home. I guess 2 hours ago. Yeah. Yeah, about 2 hours ago. I got off 2 hours and 10 minutes ago, so I should be home for like 2 hours now. But I was so excited for it that I don't know, I just couldn't make them. And I was off yesterday, so it wasn't yesterday. It must have been the day before. I still have hot dogs in my fridge. I think I have like 3 in my fridge. I bought another pack just to make sure I have enough for tomorrow. Oh, but yeah, so like I said, I've been on like a hot dog kick. And on a potato roll. That's the key. Because the potato roll, it kind of makes you think you're not eating a hot dog. But I had hot dogs, which I think I ended up just cooking them and just eating them without a bun. Because today, I was like, I don't know what happened, but I'm out of all my hot dog buns. Like, what the fuck? Like, where did they all go? And I just, of course, my mind just goes to dogs probably ate it. Because they will fuck up anything. And so I went and grabbed more hot dog buns today. And then I realized on one of the carts that I wasn't using, there were my fucking hot dog buns. I never fucking remembered to, like, just pick them up and take them to the cash register and pay for them. I left them just sitting on this fucking cart. So today, I had 2 things of hot dog buns, but I wasn't about to buy 2. Hell, I think... No, maybe there's 10. I was gonna say there's probably only 8, but that would make too much sense. A pack of 8 hot dogs and a package of 8 hot dog buns. That almost never happens. It's gotta be like 10 hot dog buns. Which is fine, I'm gonna eat them. I should have got smoothie making shit, but that stuff is so expensive. Even the little tiny bags are like $10. But you get the jumbo bag and it's only 15. Damn. No, I'm glad I didn't spend money on it. But I really want like the berry mix mixed with like mango. Or wait, is it mango peach? Is that a flavor? But that, well, first off, an entire bag, the big bag, makes one entire pitcher. Do you call that thing on top of the blender a pitcher? I mean, technically it is. Do they have another name for it? But one of those jumbo bags fills up my entire fucking blender. Like, almost to the top. And then sometimes, like, because I was getting yogurt, and before, when I was making smoothies, I was using milk or ice cream. Ice cream's great, except you gotta make sure you put it in first. Because it will not fucking mix up. But the last couple times I've made smoothies, I just cut it with some water. Like I just grabbed some water and well, I think it was like an entire cup for an entire pitcher. Or no, I think it was only half a cup for an entire pitcher. I just needed something to like help blending the fruit. Like it was just so frozen it didn't want to fucking blend. So I needed something. And I didn't have yogurt. I didn't have milk. I never have milk. I don't drink milk. The only time I ever have milk is if I'm making mashed potatoes or if I finally get around to buying cereal. Which, the last time was amazing. Because I don't think I've had cereal in like 22 years, 25 years, something like that. And I was like, screw it, I'm getting some cereal. What did I get? I got Frosted Flakes and I got, so I still have the Frosted Flakes. They're not any good, but I have them. What was the other one? I bought another box of cereal too. I ate all of that shit though. Actually, I think I ate the last like 20% with no milk. I was just sitting there eating it like candy. What the fuck was it? It wasn't Cheerios. I'd never get Cheerios. Fruit Loops? And Frosted Flakes. Yeah, okay. I'd like to do that more. But two things prevent me. A, cereal's fucking expensive as shit, man. Like, I mean, like I said, I haven't had cereal in like 25 years, so I don't remember the last time I actually bought cereal, but. And milk is expensive as fuck. And I don't even really like milk. Like, I like it in my cereal because the flavor of the cereal sinks into the milk. So as you get like a bite of cereal, you get some of that cereal flavored milk. That's the only way I like milk. That and chocolate milk. Oh man, I should have got chocolate milk. I haven't had one of them in a long time. I remember the last time I had it, I was thinking, damn, this is some good ass shit. Why don't I do this more often? I guess, yeah, it'd probably be cheaper if I just bought milk and then bought, like, Hershey's or whatever, like chocolate syrup, and then just make my own chocolate milk. But I would never use the chocolate syrup for anything else. Which would mean I'd always have to have milk until I'm done with that container. This is why, like, I get ideas while I'm at work, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy this shit. And then, like, it just doesn't come to fruition. Because of things like this, where I'm just sitting here like, I could do it a different way. And then I talk myself out of both ways. Like, I could just buy chocolate milk. Actually, if I bought, like, what are they, a half gallon? 1 quart? 1 quart? 2 quart? They're the smaller. I think they got the big ass chugs. I don't know. It's like the handheld style of chocolate milk. That would actually, yeah, that would last me for quite a while. Actually, screw it. Next time I'm at work, I'm just gonna buy one, and then I'll just drink it while I'm at work. When I worked for this one company, um, that was back before I got into peppers. When I actually got sick, but I would get like the symptoms of starting to get sick, and immediately I would buy if I didn't have any, which I normally did have some. I usually kept it in my briefcase, or I guess technically it was a computer case. Um, I would usually have echinacea. Um, shit, what was the oh? I really wasn't a pepperhead, but I would eat the hell out of jalapenos. Like one of my absolute favorite things to get whenever I started feeling sick, because I need my fix of jalapenos, and I'm not just gonna like buy a jar and keep it in my truck. So I would go to a restaurant called North Banks, and it's a bar, but it's like an upscale bar. Like everything's expensive as shit in there. Like I don't. It doesn't matter what the fuck you want. Like they're gonna charge you extra for it. But I would go in and I would get a southern pulled pork sandwich, no bun, with fries because their fries were the shit, man. They had some of the greatest fries I've ever fucking had. Um, and they had like some kind of rock salt that they would put on there, like the big pieces of salt. Oh, it was always so good. Coleslaw on the side, and jalapenos and extra jalapenos, and like pretty much the entire plate. Everything that I ate, I was eating jalapenos, and like if I ran out, I wouldn't even bother to wouldn't even bother. I wouldn't hesitate to ask for more. Like there was multiple times I was there getting like 3, 4 of these little fucking souffle cup looking things full of jalapenos. But I never got sick. And I was, well, I don't think this really means anything, but I was running around barefoot like the entire year. And by that I mean like 10 years. Like my neighbor, I was doing pools, and my neighbor owned his own pool company. And so he saw me up north. So he came over just to talk and like say what's up. And he just came over and looked at me and he goes, like, this was like January. And it's like, I don't know. Like, it's not freezing. So, I don't know, like 40 degrees out? Something like that. And he walks over and looks at me and he's like, holy shit, you are a pool guy, aren't you? Because I'm standing there barefoot, just doing pulls. I had jeans on. I had a sweatshirt on. I just didn't have shoes. But that was the joys of the pool life. Always having religious discussions with the guy at the pool store when I didn't ask to have them. running around barefoot, and you have the cleanest fucking feet. Cause you always like I would just step into the pool while I'm cleaning it. Like I would just go right in. Like I wore a bathing suit to work, so I could just like take my shirt off and just hop. Well, I didn't even have to take my shirt off, but I could have just hopped right into the fucking pool. I almost never did that. The only time I remember ever getting into a pool that I worked on. Oh yeah. I had to dive down to the bottom of the pool because the main drain lid came off. And like the second that happens, your pool's closed. Like immediately. Like that's a suction entrapment. And that's like a big fucking thing. I've shut down pools because of that. Like literally gone and pulled the disconnect and took it with me. Like your pool's not gonna fucking work. Sorry. Until this shit gets fixed. I remember, what was it, 4007? Or was it 404? I don't know. It was one of the houses in Whalehead. That was the code for Whalehead. 400s and 4000s. Because it goes by mile marker. Well, it. Yeah, I guess technically that's correct. But that's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say was, like, when you cross the county line, the addresses start at 100. Because, like, I guess, yeah, it was 100. Yeah, because 102. Um, but it starts at the county line, and as you're going north here, the mile markers increase. So that's like a reference for like every house. Which most of them make sense because they're like the address, and then it'll maybe like have two letters after it or something like that. But Whalehead, no, they're all 400 and 4000s. And it's not 4 miles from the county line, it's farther than that. That's where my uncle had a house. He uh, he actually brought my parents here like way back in the day. When you went north, you got like only halfway up, and there was a guard gate, and you had to go through the guard gate to get out onto the beach, and then you drove on the beach the rest of the way. And my parents said that my uncle, um, I guess he was driving, or maybe my dad was driving. I don't know, but they drove all the way up the fucking beach and parked on the beach, and they walked up on the dune and looked, and my uncle's like, "Yeah, I own a lot right here somewhere," because there was like nothing for reference. But that was back in the that was before I was born, so like mid 70s, and then I wanted to say it was 99. I thought it was a year before I moved here, but it had to have been before that because we spent New Year's 2000 there. But anyway, in the late 90s, whatever fucking year it was, he had his son build this house. So already he's in like, before the house gets built, he's in like, I think it was $2,500, 2000, something like that. It was super fucking cheap because it was like nobody really gave a shit about it back then. Now it's shit. When I moved here 20 years ago, you couldn't find a lot less than $35,000. There was one, it was a canal, actually, it was up in Corova where you have to drive on the beach to get there, so it rusted the living shit out of my fucking car. But I looked at a lot, it was $35,000 for a canal front. But, like, you gotta go off-roading every fucking day just to do anything. And I saw it, and I was like, I don't know, man. 35,000, that's like a car. Actually, it was a really expensive car back then. And I hesitated, and it went off the market. I don't think it's sold. I think the people were like, I think we can get more money out of this shit. And they just took it off the market, like waited a couple weeks, and then put it back up for like, you know, another 10 grand or something like that. But anyway, so he has this semi-ocean front. When he bought it, it was fourth row, 4 tiers from the ocean, and like we've had so much ocean just wash away that now it's semi-ocean front. And so he had his son build the house, and that cost him like 99,000. So like just over 100 grand, and immediately his house was worth $800,000. And then a couple years later, it went to $1.5 million, and then I think it went back down to 800. Oh, I don't know where it's at now because he sold it. I used to look after it for him because I was always up there. Oh, I haven't talked about this in a long time. Well, you don't really see it much anymore, so I guess that's why haven't talked about it. But when I first moved here, the housing boom, I guess you want to call it, was so fucking crazy that people were buying like oceanfront properties and just tearing the whole fucking house down and then just building a brand new one. Or, and this is the part I was wanting to talk about, which was so cool. I have so many pictures of this shit because I just thought it was fascinating. So every once in a while, you'll get directed off. Well, this was back in the day. You would get directed off the road. The cops would like direct you off of the road. And you look down the road and you're like, why do I gotta like get off the road? And there's a fucking house coming at you down the road. We have a company called Expert House Movers, and they're actually working on the liquor store. I don't know, they have some kind of settling issues that's going on or something. There was a sign outside stating that. Like, alright, I could have just walked in and asked, but alright, because they got steel girders like holding up the front of the building. And but these guys, well, they also, if you've ever heard about it, the Cape Hatteras lighthouse was so close to the ocean that it had to be moved. So these guys went down there, jacked up the entire big ass fucking lighthouse, put it onto like a makeshift trailer, and drove it. However, I don't know, it was probably like 300 feet or 800 feet or something like that. But they had to like move the lighthouse inland more. But these guys, because you'd always see their steel girders, because they paint their name right on it, Expert House Movers. But yeah, you'd just see a fucking house coming down a 2-lane road, barely fitting. And you see the power company, like, where there was, because most of the time it didn't have to happen up there, because most of their shit's buried. But you would see the power company coming in, and like literally going up in their fucking cranes and disconnecting power and dropping the power lines so they could drive over with a fucking house down the road. It was pretty fucking crazy. But then again, that's why I have so many pictures of it. If I could remember where the hell they are, actually, I think they're in that chest in my bathroom. When we got the carpet replaced, I moved so much shit into my bathroom that I still have not gotten out. Like that chest, it's supposed to sit at the foot of my bed. It's like a giant, like real wooden chest. Like it doesn't have a latch or anything like that. It just has like a, well, hinges. And I think it's like, I think it's the same company that made my, I guess, nightstand. It's just a small table. What the fuck is their name? IKEA. I think that's who I'm thinking of. I think they're both from IKEA. I love them both, too. The chest is just full of stuff. Because any extra room that I had in this chest, I filled it back up when I was trying to put everything into the bathroom. I'm pretty sure there's a couple photo albums in there. Like, a lot of my GoPro accessories are in there. Because I have, like, 3. I think it's 3. So I have all the accessories that came with all 3 of them. But I only need them. I only need the accessories for 1. So that shit stays in there. Oh, I have the family Bible in there. Which is really interesting. Because it's from, I think it's from 1882. I thought it was older than that. But I'm pretty sure I looked it up, like, at the beginning of the book. And I'm pretty sure it said, like, 1882 edition or some shit like that. It's old as shit. And a lot of people have owned it. And that's what makes it really cool. Because if you just start thumbing through the pages and stuff, you'll find, like dried flowers. Somebody took a flower and just put it in the middle of this fucking Bible and just, like, closed it up. Like, you'll find eulogies for people that have died. I'm pretty sure I saw a feather in there once. But it's just neat going through. I don't know. I think it's neater. It's more neat just knowing, like, a lot of the history. Or knowing that it has a lot of history. I don't know the history of it. But I know it's been around for a while. Actually, I think someone's name is printed in the beginning of it. You know how, like, when you would get a book, they would have, like, that box, this book belongs to, and then you, like, write your name into the box? I think it's one of those things. I wonder who the hell that is. Because there's so many fucking eulogies in this book. And I think there might be, I mean, there's probably like 30 or 40 of these little eulogy cards, you know, memorializing someone who died. And I think I probably know, like, maybe 2 of them. Like, every time I come across one, I'm like, who the hell is this? Like, they don't have the same last name as me or my mom's maiden name. Like, I know my great-grandma's name, and that's not that name either. But I have no think that weed might have did it. Because I'm like really hungry now. Oh, I just may try that. I was just about to say, I love when I get really high and hungry because I come up with like the weirdest concoctions. Like, that's how I came up with the peanut butter and the blackened chicken. And super hot pepper powder as well. That is like one of my absolute favorite fucking foods right now. But because of the peanut butter with the chicken, I never thought that would go together. I just thought I was really high at the time, which I was. But then I was mentioning this and I was informed, yeah, peanut butter, like peanut butter would go good with chicken. Like, why do you think Asians put peanuts in so many of their dishes? And I'm like, oh shit, you're right. Like, okay, so technically I didn't come up with this. I mean, they're not putting peanut butter on blackened chicken, but I don't know. But anyway, I was just thinking, I wonder if this would work. Peanut butter on a hot dog with jalapenos and pickles. Then I don't have to use the mustard or ketchup. Hmm. I gotta think on that one. Actually, when I make a hot dog, I'm not gonna put it all over the fucking hot dog. I'm just gonna like put it on one bite and see if I like it instead of wasting a whole hot dog. End up having to give it to the dogs. They eat so fucking good, man. There's so much shit that I buy and just either it's about to go bad or like these right here. I got freaking dried apricots. This entire container, I ate 2. The dogs have ate every single other one. But that's like that sweet treat that I like to give them. Because I feel like it's good for them, except for grapes. Don't give your dog grapes. Apparently, it's poison. After 3 bags of grapes, I was informed of that. And I was sharing them with the dogs the entire time. And it wasn't until I was informed, I was like, fuck, I gave them grapes last night. And then I came home from work and I let them outside. And man, they had to run so bad. And that was the last time I was like, never, they're not getting grapes ever again. Um, but like, oh, I love giving them blueberries and strawberries. Actually, damn, I'm in a weird mood today. I kind of want to have cantaloupe. I don't really even like cantaloupe. Well, I refuse to say I don't like any fucking food. Like, I don't give a shit if it's tofu or like a vegan burger or whatever. Like, I'm sure it can be good. But like, I never was a cantaloupe fan, and my grandma loved it. Actually, funny story. So my grandma, like, no, I don't think I've ever seen her drink, like at all. My grandfather was an alcoholic. I watched him drink all the time. Like I would get dropped off at the bar and then just hang out with both of them. And like I said, she was never drinking, so she was the DD. And but anyway, yeah. So I've never. I don't think I've ever seen. I might have seen her drink like a glass of wine or some shit like that, maybe once, maybe. I don't ever remember it. But so like grandpa, big drinker. Grandma, not so much. And I remember one time she was having, like, me and my family weren't going to it, but they were having like a family reunion kind of thing. Because she had like a lot of fucking people in their family. Like a lot of people I didn't even fucking know. That's probably where they are in the fucking family Bible. Um, but I remember this one time. So she's getting ready to go to this family reunion, and because it was like with her sisters, which I barely, except for my Aunt Faye. I loved my Aunt Faye. That was one of my favorite things about Tuesday in the summertime. I didn't have to go to school, and I got to like go with my dad and go to my grandma's house. And if I was lucky, she would drive halfway back to my house. But that's where my aunt had a bar, and she lived above the bar, and in the back, like I guess porch area. I don't know, the back of the house, she had an in-ground pool. Like I remember swimming with my grandpa there. Like my grandma would take me. Like oh, it was so great. Like, what do you want to drink? Like, I mean, obviously I wasn't drinking alcohol, but like Pepsi, okay. And like they just keep them coming. Like it was oh so fucking. It was like paradise, man. I loved that fucking place. And then she sold that and moved to Las Vegas, and I haven't seen her since. But we would go there for years and years and years. I don't remember the first time I ever went there. It had to have been when I was like really young, like 4 or something. But yeah, I love going to see Aunt Faye. She was not like this at all. But there were some similarities. You know the I'm a cool mom on Mean Girls. that's that's kind of in a way how I looked at my Aunt Faye. Like she she was funny as hell though. Oh yeah, and then I guess her son had a kid with um shit. No. Shit. Her son had sex with like a Filipino. Um, cause I remember, well, her son. So that kid came and was living with my Aunt Faye, and I don't know where the hell Dad was, but he had custody, and maybe he lived there too, and I just never really saw him. But anyway, I just remember him asking my Aunt Faye one day. This is how I can remember what nationality he is, because he asked my Aunt Faye like, "What's a Filipino?" And she had to explain to him, like pull out a map and shit. But it was cute. All right, should I do Casa? still thinking on that fucking hot dog, man. I want to do something weird. I should have got banana peppers too. Oh, I have some of this. I should have looked for the other one. They say they have a hot one. I want that one. Tony Satcheries. It says original Creole seasoning. But they also have a hot one too. I wouldn't mind getting some of that shit. But I love, like, I have a whole array of shit. I got seasonal. I got fucking poultry magic. I have the Tony Satcheries. I got iodized salt. I've got regular. Regular? No. Oh. This is different. Oh, right. I have Chipotle Tabasco. That's the smoked one. That's fucking great. I've got lemon pepper. I've got another hot sauce. It's just called smoked. But it's got like the hottest peppers in the world in it. I've got another hot sauce over here, El Yucateco, which is probably going on my hot dog. I got, or wait, no, that one's empty, isn't it? Well, I have salt shaker that's empty, but the lid screws off. So it's also a grinder. So I've just been holding on to it. I've got garlic salt, right? What does that say? No. Oh, I have another lemon pepper, and then garlic salt, right? Yeah. I don't know. Some people don't like garlic salt. I do. I like it because I like to salt practically everything. And I love garlic. So it's kind of like a good combination for me. You get that slight garlic flavor, but you also get the like whatever. You get that um the saltiness of the salt. Yes, that's correct. But this is the only reason I miss. I guess I could eat wings, but they're not the same. The ones we had at the pizza shop, those were the shit. I would only eat the flats. I would never eat the drumette. Um, but this is what I would do. It didn't. Well, I guess I would just do like buffalo, because we had barbecue too. I don't remember. Or no. I did add buffalo or barbecue. I would add like one. Like if I was gonna make six, I would have like one barbecue. Just because I like the wackiness of the contrast of the flavors I'm about to tell you. So what I would do is they were already pre-cooked, but where you just had to like we threw them on a screen on a pan and threw them into the oven and just let them sit there and like get hot really. And when they got done, I would pull them out and throw them on whatever eating device I was going to use. I can't remember if we had trays or no, I think we had paper plates in the back that like just, for the employees kind of thing. But so I would throw them on there. And then I would take my tongs, because they were all flats. I would take my tongs and I would break that, because there's two bones in there. I would break the cartilage on the one side and open up the wing, so like the meat was being exposed. Then, and I would do that for all of them. And then I would go, and we had garlic butter. And I would just douse those things front and back with garlic butter. And then I would take my lemon pepper seasoning and go to town on it. That's some of the best shit you can ever fucking have, man. Like I said, that's the, well, yeah. I was gonna say that's the only thing I miss about working there. And like the rule was you can eat anything you want, as much as you want. When you make a pizza, make it like you want to eat it. You know, that's why we got into the pepperoni. Like, how many pieces of pepperoni can we get on one fucking pizza? Which the answer was, what, 122? Something like that. I got like 94, I want to say. But Ella got like 102. And then she, like the next pepperoni pizza she had to make, she was like, I'm beating that record. And she went down for 122 fucking pieces of pepperoni. They were all overlapping, and the entire top of the pizza was all pepperoni. Like, it wasn't like when you order Domino's and you got like 6 pieces of pepperoni on there. No. You got 122 pieces. This one dude, he wanted extra jalapenos. I must have put like an entire one of those giant cans of jalapenos on top of his fucking pizza, man. It was hilarious. And then my boss threw a party, and I was like, I'll stop by. So I went by, and that dude was there. And he was talking to my boss, and he was like, dude, that pizza you made me the other day, like, that thing lit me the hell up. Like, there were so many pieces of jalapenos on it. I had to, like, start taking them off. And I was just laughing, and I was like, yeah, that was me. Oh, my God. Have I even ever talked about this shit? Fuck, what the hell did I call her? We had we had a bunch of foreign kids that would work for us. And there was foreign kids that would work like all the businesses around. Like the one chick I worked with that I was pretty good friends with, she would work at the pizza shop and the popcorn shop, which Ted owned both at the time. And then she, like, I don't know if she came back. But anyway, there's foreign kids. So, this one foreign girl, she would come in and order pizza, like, every day. And I don't know why I thought it was such a funny idea, because it seems mean now that I'm thinking about it. But I like to hook people up. So she would come in, order pizza, like with chicken. It was always, I think, 2 toppings. Chicken was one of them. I remember that for sure, because I logged that bitch up. And by log, they came in like square pieces. And I would put them like on every square inch of the pizza. Like, I would make sure she would have extra. And then I can't remember what the other thing she wanted. Sometimes it would have been spinach, because we had like, it wasn't canned spinach. It was like fresh spinach. And sometimes it was that. What was the other one? And sometimes she'd get all 3. But It just became a running joke. I was like, I'm gonna make that chick gain like 15 pounds by the time the summer's over and she leaves. And she did. When you say it out loud, it sounds kind of mean. But, oh shit. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. What the hell did I had a name for her, because I knew her name, because she wore a name tag when she came in. And sometimes I would be at the front and, like, take her order. But I called her something. It wasn't mean. It's just I had a name for her. I think it was something like to do with 15. Like freshman 15 or I don't know. But wow, I haven't thought about that in a long time. Oh, okay, how about this one then? So there was this like really really beautiful girl that worked with us. She worked out front on the cash register and took orders and shit like that. Like absolutely stunning. And this one day, she was well, she was flirting with me. And I knew what the fuck she's doing. She knows she's fucking hot. And like that's just the way she was. She would just flirt with everybody. So I wasn't like putting up with it. And I just remember what the fuck did she say? She said something. And the owner of the company was like, "Yeah, that's Tom. He doesn't give a fuck." I thought that was like one of the best compliments I've ever got. He just doesn't give a fuck. Which, for clarity, this was after, well, I left my girlfriend. I was gonna say my girlfriend left me. No, I definitely walked out on that shit. Um, so I didn't, in that part of my life, I didn't need to be in any sort of relationship whatsoever. Actually, I guess we were flirting. Um, but this other girl, she was a local girl. Um, yeah, I guess that was flirting. She bought me a birthday present right before I quit. Because on, if you look, okay, if you're in the driver's seat of my truck and you look on top of the steering wheel, where the um, emergency light? I guess that's correct. Around the emergency light thingy, I have a little keychain. It's this little tiny turtle. Like it's not a real turtle; it's a wooden one, but it looks really fucking cool. And I put that there the day she gave it to me, and it's never fucking left. And that's been 10, 8 years, something like that. It's like one of my only pieces of flair in my vehicle. I've got my dash cam. I've got my turtle. And I don't think it works, but I have a power inverter. Which back in the day, you would have to plug your phone in. That's why I got one. That and the company paid for it, so I was like, hell yeah. I had two of them actually. Oh no, I have a 1 to 4 cigarette lighter, and I don't think they can actually operate old school cigarettes lighters, but 12-volt power. You know, like you plug in one wire and now you got 4 outlets. I have that sucker. Besides that, well, I have an extra pair of reading glasses because I had a 2x and I got a 2. Shit, is it 2.75 or 2.5 magnification? And that's the shit I wear at work. Because I'm getting old. And I don't need my glasses like all the time. But there's some times where I'm like, this shit is not, I cannot focus like at all. I can't focus my eyes on what these tiny little fucking words are. Plus, it makes me feel older. Wait, not older. Smarter. Oh shit, these are the same. Damn it. I'm not a fan of the menthol gold. I'm slowly getting talked into by myself about this peanut butter and hot dog idea. Well, we'll do the test. We'll just do like one bite and we'll see where it goes from there. But I think, I don't know. It just sounds like such a weird I was gonna say concoction. A weird pairing. That if this fucking works, man, that just proves that peanut butter on just about anything is fucking awesome. But there's definitely gonna be fucking a bunch of jalapenos on there. Trying to think of what other kind of concoction I can come up with. I've got potato chips. I've got hotter potato chips. I got fig Newtons. I got dried apricots. I have a shitload of fucking bags of stuff. Cheetos and crab chips and... What is that, more Cheetos? No, those are Cheetos. These are... Oh, Cheetos Puffs. I've got another bag of rippled potato chips down there somewhere. M&M's. Oh, I should have made popcorn. I forgot I had popcorn. Oh, and what the hell is this shit? Cheetos, flamin' hot, flavor, tangy, chili fusion. I don't know what the fuck that means. That's why I bought it. I just figured I like flamin' hot Cheetos. Oh, is that what these are? No, I don't think so. I think they're just regular. Oh, man. The fucking dogs got a hold of that one. But I had... I think it was Cheetos. Flamin'... What was it? It was flamin' hot. It was popcorn. But they... What did they call it? Oh, cinnamon. Like cinnamon and chili. I was like really psyched to try that stuff out. I delayed. The dogs found it. And I found the bag on the other side of the room. Oh, I'd have to make garlic butter. Well, this shit isn't happening today or tomorrow. But wings, like frozen wings, bring them home, like throw them in the oven kind of fucking thing. Yeah, I'm gonna talk myself out of that idea. I'd rather just buy chicken thighs. If I'm gonna go through the process of putting something in the oven and waiting an hour, I'd rather have more meat. And I don't like the drumettes. I only like the flats. So if I buy a bag, like probably 50% at least are going to be drumettes. And I don't really like those ones. Although if I make it my shit like I used to. Because like when I would eat wings, I would completely just take all the fucking meat off of the bone. Like when I did the lemon pepper with the garlic butter and shit, usually there was no bones like in my pile of meat. It was just a pile of meat. And then I would do that, or I would douse it with fucking hot sauce. Because I had the Allegheny City Farms, made with the hottest peppers on earth. I guess not that they finally certified Pepper X. Finally. How many years has it been? 8? Something like that? It's been a long time. I would have just turned this damn thing off and went and made my damn hot dog already, but I'm still trying to think of like the perfect combination. Like, should I throw some Cheetos on the fucking hot dog? Crab chips would be pretty good. I don't I could eat popcorn while I eat a hot dog. But maybe like peanut butter and M&Ms. Or not M&Ms, Reese's Pieces. That's a weird combo. But it's peanut butter and peanut butter. guess that's the problem. I was gonna say, my shit is so fucking dark. But what the fuck is that? It's not on the screen. It goes away whenever I move my head over it. What the fuck is this blue light? Oh, over here. Yeah, maybe I need one of those stupid Halo rings thingies that everybody uses, except for me. This one's frickin' beautiful. This thing lights up like crazy. Oh, but the problem was this screen's black. Most of the OBS shit is black, and the corner of YouTube that I can see is black. So it's like almost all, there's like no white light coming. Alright. I should get off the pot. Need to go make my damn hot dog. Or just play. Alright. Let's do some things. Well, how much of this is left? Like half. Oh, and that's kind of packed in. Should I hit that? Might as well. Every time I hit this, did I even get ahead? Every time I hit this thing, I do it the exact same way. I never like just blatantly put the lighter into the bowl. I always have to start at one side and just slowly let the lighter like slip around the top, like into the bowl, and then just slowly carry that on. Which means like a bunch of the time I don't get ahead. Get ahead. That's probably. Do I? I was about to say, like, that's probably why I have calluses from, like, just tapping out my bowl when it's still burning on my finger, but do I really? Maybe that's why I can't sign in at work sometimes. Because it's a fingerprint scan, and that's the finger I use, and I use it to. I'm so stupid. But anyway, different topic. Obviously, I was at work today, and this is so weird, because I washed my hands like over and over and over and over and over again. Maybe it's because it's wintertime. Oh, yeah, like Bill Burr says, maybe I just need to use lotion. But like, my hands were so ashy today. Like, I've never heard that term before, that Bill Burr bit, where he was getting with a black chick and she was like putting lotion all over, and he's like, "What, you got a rash or something?" And she's like, "No, I don't want to get ashy." Like, I've never heard that term. But now that I've heard it, like, it's happened to me. Like, I was so. It looked like I had chalk on my hands. It was so fucking weird. I just kept washing my hands. And it just kept coming back. It was the weirdest thing. I even showed Taylor. I was like, "Dude, look at this. Isn't this the weirdest fucking thing?" And she's like, what's up with that?" I'm like, "I don't know. I keep washing my hands and it just keeps coming back." I don't see it now. It was on my palm. Maybe I washed my hands enough. Yeah, I don't see it. That's weird. Oh. Whoops. Overdid this. There. Alright, I've been sitting here so long and my controller has died like 3 times. But I am high as shit, man. I didn't even use the bubbler. Um, wait, there's something. There's something I wanted to do today. Have 3 daiquiris, or have 7 daiquiris? No, 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 no. You remember to do that. It ended up just being Nudie Magazine Day. If you remember Billy Modest. So this battery charger dealy is the fucking shit. The only problem is you get a white back instead. But it's got the little hole there so you can recharge the battery pack that's in there. and you can put 2 battery packs in the bottom and then 2 controllers on top, which it comes with 4 batteries. I have 3 being used. I got 1 in here and 2 on the charger. But it works great, and it holds a charge for a long time. Like, there's been days and days and days that I've played and forgot to put it back on the charger, and it just, like, always worked. The other day, yesterday, the battery got so low that I actually had to take the battery pack out, put it on the charger, and take one of the charged ones and put it into my controller. But I didn't charge this thing for, it might have been a week. And I play a lot. The house I was talking about earlier, the semi-ocean front that my uncle owned. Me and 2 of my friends, they came down from Pennsylvania. And I was like, okay, let's go up there, man. Nobody's in the fucking house. Like, we can just stay there for a day or overnight or something like that, make it look like we were never there, and then, you know, we'll have fun. And so we went to the store. Oh my god. We went to the store, so we're like, yeah, let's buy whatever the fuck we're gonna eat. Make it, like, as clean as possible, because we're gonna have to clean up after ourselves. And I remember Bob got a fucking steak, and it was like the shittiest cut of fucking steak. Like, it was, like, not even edible. Like, it should have been, like, cut up and put in, like, a stew or, like, a soup or some shit like that. Like, that's how bad of a meat it is. And, like, he couldn't eat it. I remember he didn't eat his. I think I got a steak, too. But I got a decent steak. I think we all got steaks. But anyway, the point that I was getting to was, oh, and we got a bunch of beer and all kind of shit, because I got wasted that night. And it wasn't, well, it was because I drank too much beer. But it didn't hit me until the ecstasy wore off. It was like I could drink as much as I wanted while I was on ecstasy. But the second I came down off of ecstasy, man, I was drunk. But yeah, I remember, like, we were so fucked up that we were out on the beach, because, you know, you're at the beach, why not, like, go out and, like, actually look at the ocean and shit. And I just remember we were doing cartwheels and, well, handstands and walking on our hands. It was the first time I've ever walked on my hands. And headstands. Is that a fucking thing? One where you just, like, you have your arms, like, you know, 90 degrees, and you're just kind of, like, on your head. But we were just being fucking crazy. But I had a lot of fun that night. Although I do remember seeing a few people driving by slow down the road, which it's, I think, 3 houses from the stop sign. So that's probably why they were. But every single time I saw people slowing down and driving by, I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna get busted. Like, I know if they would call my uncle, he'd be like, yeah, whatever. Like, tell him to clean up after himself or something like that. Because he is a really cool guy. I almost said was. I'm pretty sure he didn't die yet. I know he's not in good health. But he traded that house for it's like just the weirdest fucking thing. He traded that house, and like I said earlier, like he paid like $100 grand to have it built, and he bought the lot in the 70s, and it only cost him like $2 grand or something like that. So he's only in for like 102, or we'll make it 104, whatever. Well, yeah, because he definitely had some water issues. It was funny. They had well water up there, which the town was like, we're gonna put in, actual water lines. So they did, and I remember my uncle telling me, I was like, oh, are you happy? Like, they're going to be coming in and putting in new water lines so you can actually have decent water. Because he had, like, you could always smell, like, what do they call that? I want to say it's eggs something. Oh, no, no, no. No, I'm thinking of, like, it was like a sulfur type smell to the water. So I was like, man, aren't you excited? Like, now you can get city water. And he's like, screw that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, they want $15,000 to run a line just to the front yard, not into the house. And he was like, screw that. And I was, at the time, I was like, you cheapskate, why don't you just fucking pay? Like, just, like, make your water not stink. Your fucking toilets and sinks not stain. Like, it was bad. And then, like, not only that, but we would have to go there all the time and, like, switch it from one well line to the other well line. Like, cut out the one that's there and then move it to the other one that was cut off before. And then, like, glue everything back together and shit like that. Pressure test the fucking house. And then, like, get water going again. Because one well was, like, I think, like, 12 feet. And the other one was, I want to say it was, like, 100 feet. But that sounds like some distance when you think, I installed a well here. It's not working anymore. The pump went out. But I installed a well, and I didn't even go 4 feet. It was just for sprinklers, so it didn't really matter. Like, as long as it was getting water, then, that's what it's supposed to be doing. It smelled like shit, man. That stuff, like, it was just literally swamp water that I was sucking up. Well, I mean, I did put the well, like, right next to a fucking swamp. That's, like, literally the only place that it should have went. But yeah, that still, to this day, blows my mind. I was out here. We moved 2 dump truck because it was all sand. So my cousin was doing a job across the bridge and had access to, like, he just needed to get rid of dirt. and it was just topsoil. Like, it wasn't anything special or anything like that. So my dad actually was like, "Yeah, we'll take 2 dump truck loads." So they came out and dumped it. My my every time my dad would come down here, he would go out with the fucking, because I started, my brother-in-law started, and both of us just were like, "Fuck this shit, man." Like, you know, we were just doing wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow, and we weren't getting anywhere. This fucking mountain of dirt was still huge. We ended up making it into a quad jump, and we would jump across the fucking driveway. Or my favorite was the other one. It was like a real sharp, like straight up in the air kind of fucking jump. And like, so you'd come in like kind of slow, and like right when you get to the bottom of the hill, you just kind of floor it, and you would just go straight up in the air, and then just land right on the rear tires, and then the front would go down. Like, it was fucking fun. That was the same quad. I can't do this on mine. I've tried so many fucking times. I can make my quad climb a tree. Did I take pictures of that? I want to say I made a YouTube video about that. Like, I literally just went right up to a tree and, like, put the skid plate right on the fucking tree and just floored it, and the whole thing just stood straight up in the air. But I have a lot of videos about my quad, so it's probably on there. Some of my favorite videos, I started doing it with my brother-in-law's quad when he lived here, and he went on vacation with my sister. Like, he didn't mind if I used it, as long, like, just replace the fuel. Like, that's, you know, don't fuck anything up, and replace the fuel. And, they went on vacation, and I was out back doing a lot of work. I had a fire going, like, it was dark now, and I'm like I had a few beers in me, and I'm like, fucking A, like, let's take this thing out. And I fired it up. It was one of those, what was that, 2-stroke? No, I think it was a 4-stroke. But it had the twist throttle, and you had to use the clutch, which I was never good at using a clutch. Like, I tried it on one dirt bike before. I remember we were like somehow in a field. Were we driving? I don't know, but we saw some dude that we knew. Well, I didn't know, but some guy that we knew that was riding his dirt bike, and I remember just saying, "Dude, do you mind if I like hop on it and just like take it for a little spin, like just around here, like just because I've never driven a dirt bike." Actually, I think I mentioned I'd never driven a dirt bike, and he said, "Why don't you take it for a spin?" And I did, and I sucked. I stalled that sucker. Like, I can drive a clutch in a car. I miss a clutch in a car. But I sucked on that dirt bike. But then he got this quad, and it had a clutch, and I got fucking good with it. But anyway, what I would like to, or what I did, it was late at night. Actually, it might have been around midnight. I was probably pissing off the neighbors. I would just go out on the back hill, and I had like a track, like a path that I would take. Like, there was like multiple different ways. You can go off the hill over here, you can go off the hill over here, come around the fucking hill, go through the fucking swamp, come back around, go back up the hill. Like, I had a whole track. And I would go out there in the middle of the night and just fucking floor it. And just see how fast I could go, and if I'm actually going to fall off this damn thing. Which I never did. I did put the quad on its side multiple times. But that was one of my favorite things to do. Is, like, when you're going around a corner, I don't know how to explain it. You kind of, like, like say you're going around like a left-hand bend, you put your right foot down. I would put my left foot up, but I would put my right foot down and like stand on the fucking handlebars. And that way when I'm like flooring it in the middle of this bend, the whole ass end would just start drifting. It was fucking fun as hell. But I don't think I have any videos of me with that quad. I got a ton of videos with me and my quad. I got one where it snowed here. Like it never snows here. I think it snowed here. What have I said? It's over 2, but I don't think it's more than 4. Wait, I think it was 4 times it snowed because twice it was in 1 year. Or 1 winter. I don't know if it was like when it was. But anyway, so I'm like, yeah, look, there's fucking snow. And when it would snow, I would take my quad out. And I would just drive around the fucking yard. And I just loved tearing up that fresh new snow. Like, when I was done, the quad was hot. And there was not one fucking piece of the front or backyard that I didn't drive on. I would just go out and I'd be doing donuts around apple trees and shit like that. But anyway, like, the beginning, well, one of the times that it snowed, I was like, alright, here's a video idea, you know? Like, it snowed, I'm gonna go out, like, driving around in the quad, tear up some fucking snow. So, I grabbed, I think, well, I know I had 2. Or maybe I had this camera. I had one on the handlebars, and so I set the other one up on a tripod. And I was like, let's get some fucking footage. This is easy, man. Like, just turn a camera on. Like, you don't even have to fucking edit this shit. Just go ride your quad around. Dude, I got stuck in the snow because my quad's only 2-wheel drive. And there was just enough snow that I couldn't drive. Like, I just kept moving back and forth, like, trying to inch forward, like, well, foot by foot. Like, trying to go up the back hill was almost impossible. Like, it took me like a half hour just trying to get to the top of the fucking back hill. But it took me like a good 10 minutes just to go on flat surface. Oh, so, like, all this should be a great video. But I don't think this one ever came out. Because it was so cold out, my camera batteries just fucking died within like a minute. So like you just see me get on the quad and I like drive away and like you see me start to come back and the camera shuts off. Oh yeah, I love the well, it was Rue. Rue hated the fucking fly swatter. Kepri really didn't care. The funny thing is, I've wanted a 4-wheeler my entire life. How old was I? Probably like 7 or 8. For Christmas, my grandma got me a helmet. And I was like, oh shit. Like, is this actually happening? Like, am I getting a fucking quad? No. I got a helmet. Because my grandma already bought it. Because my dad bought. He was at a banquet. And a friend of his won a 3-wheeler. And he offered it to my dad because he already had like 3 or 4 of them. So he offered it to my dad. My dad was like, yeah, I'll take it for $500. So he gives the guy 500 bucks. Right after that, that's when that ban came out on making three-wheelers. So they, like, just, I don't know if it was really a ban or what, but they stopped making three-wheelers. And my dad got all concerned because of the fucking news and shit like that. So he sold the goddamn thing for 500 bucks. Like, didn't even make 1,000. So I never got my three-wheeler. I never saw it. He bought it, took it home, or he didn't take it home. He took it to his friend's house, and it sat there until he sold it again. Actually, he might have sold it to that guy. So this four-wheeler, that whip, well, I think it was a TRX 300. It was a Honda. I want to say that's what it was. This one, or no. This one's a 300. Because I think it's so stupid. It's like 263cc. But they call it a 300. Like, why not round down and go to 250? But this one, so, I was trying to remember his name. Dave Twardzik. He used to play for a Seattle basketball team. But he had an oceanfront house. And in the garage, because he's like one of the only people around that had a garage. And it was only like, there was the garage, there was like a little half of, floor on the bottom, go upstairs, and there was just that level. Like, that's how the bigger the house was. It wasn't like 3 stories or anything like that. Well, I guess that's 2 stories, but in the garage, which was his owner lockup, he had like such cool shit. He had a vending machine, which I'm pretty sure was unlocked. So all you had to do was like open it up and just grab a fucking can. You didn't have to put money into it. He had a Camaro. He had a 4-wheeler, and he had a dirt bike. And he was moving. He was selling the house, and he was moving. I was like, how much for the Camaro? He's like, I'm not letting the Camaro go. It wasn't an old Camaro. It was like a 92 or some shit like this. And, I asked him, like, a bunch of fucking times. Like, if you want to get rid of that quad, man, you just let me know. Like, and he kept saying no. He was like, nah, I'm not selling the quad. I'm not selling the quad. I'm not selling the quad. And then one day, like, when he was getting ready to move, he was like, all right, I'll take you up on that offer. Like, give me $1,000 and you can have the quad and the dirt bike. And I was like, all right. So I immediately called my dad. I was like, dude, I got us a quad. I need to borrow $1,000. And he was like, what do you mean? I explained the whole situation. He's like, all right, that sounds like a good deal. The quad alone is worth $1,000. And I was like, that's what I'm saying. And like, I got a free dirt bike out of the deal. I'm selling a dirt bike. So I did. I sold the dirt bike for $1,000. And this quad is free. Although I got it, I didn't have anywhere to put it because I was living in a condo. So I drove it to my dad's house, and he refused to give it back to me for years and years and years, man. It took forever. I think when we went to... yeah, it had to have been Oklahoma. The first time I drove this truck. Because he drove that truck down here, picked me up, like I drove, but like, picked me up in my new truck. Because I bought it from a guy in Pennsylvania, his friend. And so he drove it down here. We went all the way to Oklahoma, and then when we got back to Pennsylvania, where I was gonna drop him off, I was like, dude, I need to get that fucking quad. Like, I had the fucking ramps, like, I had the whole setup. I just didn't have my fucking quad. And I remember I had this stupid cap on my fucking pickup. So to get the quad onto the into the bed of the truck, I had to take off that plastic cover and then loosen the handlebar bolts so I could fold the handlebars down just to get it into the fucking truck. But I got it in there. And I got that bitch home. Actually, I think he might have bought himself one. But the one thing that sucks about it is it's such a pain in the ass to start. Not that it's a pain in the ass to start. The battery's dead. So you gotta kickstart it. And you gotta find the perfect amount, which you can do with the electric start. You gotta find the perfect amount of choke. Like, you gotta hear it. And it's hard to, like, fuck around with that shit while you're just sitting here kicking the fucking kickstart. But there's another fun... I guess fun would be a bad descriptive word. Another video that I did. I think it's called, like, one man water heater install. And I had to use my quad to do it. Because water heaters, like, have some fucking weight to them. So, I got rid of the old one. I cut it all out. Disconnected power. Drained it all down. And actually, I think it's still sitting behind my trailer. So, I actually had to get a guy from the store to help me put this fucking water heater in my truck. That's how fucking heavy it is. So how the hell are you gonna solve this problem? Cut the box open, cut the water heater right to the edge of the fucking tailgate, back my quad right up to it, put it on my fucking quad, because I had to lift it like 24 inches or 30 inches, something like that, onto a stand in the garage. So I just backed the quad right up to that fucking stand, just stand that motherfucker right up. But I made a video about it. I'm pretty sure it's one man water heater install. I want to say that's the name. But I've made tons of videos with my quads. My quad. It would have been nice back when my brother-in-law had his quad if I would have started YouTube back then. Because those videos would have been pretty fucking cool, man. We were doing some crazy shit. Driving on two wheels, doing wheelies, jumping that big-ass fucking pile of dirt in the front yard. But that was a lot of fucking fun. My favorite was driving on two wheels and driving between the trees out there. Like, I would do it up on the back hill too, but that was fucking cool, man. Because if you've never gotten a quad up on two wheels, that's some fucking cool shit. Like, my brother-in-law told me about it, and I'm like, what? Like, okay, yeah, I guess I've seen cars do that in movies or whatever, and I don't know, I'll try. So for like a week, we're out there, like, riding this thing constantly, trying to, like, ride two wheels. and he got it first, and he wasn't very good, and then I got it second, and I became fucking awesome at it. Like, I could ride around the entire yard. The only problem is you're riding on a sidewall, and you just tear the living shit out of the fucking yard. But we had, like, the entire front yard, like, just all fucking tore up from riding this quad around. Oh, that's what I was gonna say about the fucking yard. So for years, this was not then. For years, I was trying to make grass grow. I got all this topsoil. I put it out. I did fertilizer. I did grass seed. I was doing fescue, Kentucky. I can't remember what it's called. 51. And what was the other shit that I got? I even have the little, like, push behind seed spreader. Bermuda. Or no, I have all three. What's the other one? Bermuda, Kentucky 31, and I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, I put out all kind of grass seed, fertilized. I put out an entire sprinkler system out there. So like every bit of the whole entire yard was getting water. Like I did everything I could. And that grass did not want to fucking grow worth a shit. So I ignored it. And I was just like, whatever, fuck it. Like, I can't get grass to grow. And it came in super fucking plush and like luscious and everything. Luscious. But it looks great. I mean, well, it probably would look great if I cut my lawn. But it is wintertime. It is all laying down. Because I looked at that again. Because of what the mail lady wrote me. Do I still have that around here? It's probably one of these things on the floor. I need to use that more. The Glade air freshener shit. Oh! There, maybe I should make a video about that. Because that's another weird thing that my dogs do. Every time I spray that Glade, they freak the hell out. I always have to spray, like, if they're over here, I'll spray over here. And they freak out and run over there. Like, trying to attack the mist coming out of the bottle. So I gotta, like, hurry up and stop and, like, wait for them to, like, be occupied over there and then, like, try to spray over here. And that one's not just Rue. That's Capri, too. Like, they both just absolutely go ape shit when I start spraying that fucking shit. But it's kind of cute. Shit. I forgot to look for that. forgot there's a counter at the bottom. Oh, okay. Um. So, this was way back in the day. Wait, no, I didn't take acid. Oh, I mean, I did, like, a lot of times, but this day I didn't. I don't remember why. I think I quit. Like, I was just like, I'm done. Like, I don't ever need to trip ever again. And so this was, like, after that. But anyway, everybody else tripped. And first off, so we're going to go fishing. And there was there's four of us. So I had a canoe, but that's only going to hold two. So we needed another boat. Well, Bob's dad had a boat, just like a John boat. So, and I had paddles, but on my canoe, I had a trolling motor and a battery, you know, like just fucking turn the handle and boom. Like I could actually, well, by myself, I could get that fucking canoe like coming out of the water like a good foot in the front. Like it would haul ass. But Dan was with me. He's a big ass fucking guy, so we weren't going that fast. But we hop in the canoe, and we've got a trolling motor, so we're just like, we're out of there. And now they're back there with paddles, like trying, because what we would do is we would go out at the boat launch, and we would go all the way across the fucking lake, and then there was this little side chute over on the side. We would go over there, and like just be out of the public view, really. Plus it was really deep right there. Found out that day. So the canoe was on top of the dog kennel. So we grabbed the canoe, throw it on top of my Blazer, strap that sucker down, and we're driving down the road, and I'm following Dugan, and it's the funniest damn thing I've ever seen, because he's got this John boat on his convertible K car. He's got the top down, and like it's acting like a roof, and they didn't strap it down very good. Like I think they might have like just tied a rope or something like that. Because I remember as they're going down the road, it almost looked like they were going to go airborne every once in a while with this fucking boat on the top of their car. Because Bob was in the passenger seat. And I just remember him, like, holding on to the boat. And, like, with all his might, trying to make sure that thing didn't come off the car. It was fucking hilarious. But anyway, we get there. We troll out. We get to our little spot. They finally get there. And that's when I realized, so we took this off of the dog kennel. A fucking bird made a nest in this fucking canoe. And now we got, like, baby birds in the fucking canoe. And they're under where Dan is. And I'm like, dude, like, we can't just take them home and, like, you know, put them back where they were. Like, the mom's not going to come back for them. So, screw it. Just, I don't know, just throw them in the water. And he's like, I don't want to. I'm like, dude, just fucking throw them in the water, you know? Like, they're going to die anyway. Like, might as well just get it over with right now. And he's like, I don't want to do it. And I'm like, come on, dude, just fucking do it. And he was a big guy. And he, like, turned around real quick like this to talk to me. And the entire canoe just, like, went right up on its side and just slowly sunk like the Titanic. And that's how I know how deep that water was. Because it was fucking deep. I had to, like, stand on this ledge because it was like a cliff. and or like a mountain or whatever. And I there was a ledge that I could stand on, and I'm like trying to like empty the water out of the fucking canoe so that we can get back into it. And there's like fishing lures and all kind of shit floating everywhere. I think I lost one, or no, he lost his weed, he lost his bowl, I lost a bowl, and the other bowl just got all messed up because it went into the water. Like a week later, it was just like rusted as shit. But yeah, that was. Oh wait, no, I forgot. Shit. Oh, yeah, I guess that's how it went. So we're in this little cove, and we're back there, and they're all tripping their ass off. I'm not. Oh, and Eric was there, and he was tripping his ass off too. That was fucking hilarious, man. Because he wasn't like that at all. He was the king of the ghetto. Um, but we're smoking weed, and um, I look over, and there's a guy like slowly trolling with his son, and like they're just going right. They're not coming into the cove, but they're like going past the cove, and I'm like, dude, like chill out for a second. Like there's a guy right over there, and he's like, so what? And I'm like, I don't know, weed's illegal because it was in Pennsylvania at that time. I don't know. I I'm sure you can get them medicinal or something now. But I was like, dude, man, like just don't draw attention to us. Like just put the bull down for a couple seconds, and when they go past, fucking hit the bull. And oh fuck, how did this start? Oh, I think he was just like, I don't give a fuck. Like he and like we're like it's mountains on the side of where we're at, so everything is echoing like crazy. And I'm like, dude, just put it down for a second. He's like, I don't fucking care if he sees me smoking weed. And I'm like, um, oh yeah, 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 yeah. He's like, I don't fucking care if he knows that I'm smoking weed. If he even comes over here, I'll just throw the bowl in the water. So I just started like, cause everything is just echoing. Cause Dan is fucking loud as shit, and I was just yelling right back at him. I'm like, all right, so now not only does that guy know that we're smoking weed over here, but if he comes over, we're gonna throw the bowl in the water. We laughed. Well, they probably laughed because they were tripping their ass off, but I laughed my ass off at that one, man. That was funny. And then right after that, that's when the boat tipped over and we sunk. Well, yeah, I guess technically we sunk. The crazy thing is, it's so good that I got a battery box because that strap on the I would plug in the I guess you want to would that be I'd clamp on the connections for the trolling motor, and then I would put the marine battery box lid on and tighten the strap. And when the boat capsized, the battery went out of the boat. But because I did it the way I did it, and I just didn't like just clamp and let it go, because I had the strap on there and shit, I just like grabbed the trolling motor and was grabbing the wire and just slowly pulling that sucker up, man. And I got my battery back, and we used that sucker to hell. We used that to go back to the truck. Not only that, but we also had a rope that we found, and I was towing the other guys in the John boat. That day was so fucking funny, and I didn't even do any acid. All I did was smoke some weed. I didn't even drink. I know. Sounds impossible, right? Bob was something else, man. Where he lived, it was next to a church, like in the same parking lot as the church, because it was the house that the church bought to house the minister. Well, I don't know what the hell happened with that, but I guess they had to rent it out, and Bob lived there with his parents. It burned down, actually. That's why I've always been very careful with my cigarettes, because his house burned down, and that's why. He put out a cigarette that didn't really get put out, and then he emptied the ashtray into the garbage. And then the fucking house, he woke up, like, well, obviously a little bit later, and the house was, like, pretty much gone. But he lived in this house, and it's in the church's parking lot. And the cops used to park in the fucking parking lot all the time. And he used to sell weed. And people would just, like, come running up where the cop could clearly see them to Bob's window and just knock on the window, and Bob would, like, open it up, take their money, and, like, give them their fucking weed. Like, with the cop clearly watching the entire time. I remember, like, every fucking 420, we were all at Bob's house smoking the paint stick. The bong of the apocalypse. It wasn't, like, I've smoked, what was that, a 14-foot bong? It started on the floor, went up and over a wall and down. Or over a door, I mean. Not over a wall. I guess that'd be a wall, too. But, like, it was, like, 14 feet long. This thing is only this long. Like, to my middle finger. That thing hit way harder than anything I've ever fucking hit. As a matter of fact, I don't know what the record is anymore. But there was only 3 people that have been able to, complete it? Like, actually smoke it? Like, I don't know. Because it had a bowl piece on it that would, you could put, like, an eighth in that fucking bowl. Like, that thing, it was so fucking big. But that thing hit so fucking hard. It was called the paint stick. They used to sell it at, like, True Value or Ace Hardware kind of place. It's just like a gimmicky, as seen on TV thing, where you suck the paint up, and then, like, as you're rolling, using the roller, you, like, push the plunger, and it will, like, slowly put paint out back up under your brush. So you can just, like, keep on going for a while. I never used it for that. I only used it for smoking bongs. And I think I had one. I don't know where the fuck it went. Because I remember after I moved here, I used to do maintenance, so I'm always at, like, a hardware store. And I remember seeing it, and I was like, no fucking way. And I bought one. And then I remember not being able to find the fitting. Like, the bowl piece. Oh, but it did come with a rubber stopper where the bowl piece should go. So I did pull the rubber stopper out, and I put it around my metal bowl, and then stuffed it back in. That way I could use that as the bowl piece. I remember doing that. Actually, this bullet would work great for that. But then again, I have this fucking bong. Or actually, I got that bong over there. I still haven't used that thing. I should probably do that. But yeah, I've got a million stories like that. We're always doing dumb shit. I was trying to think of another example. um, One night, we were at my girlfriend's house. I guess I was too. But Bob was tripping. And this is one of the, like, I've said that I have a picture collage that's hanging. I don't remember, 9, 12 pictures, something like that. Just one of those stupid things that you buy and then, like, don't work right, so you end up having to, like, tape your pictures to the glass. Um, One of them's We Accept Pot, and it's from the Greater Pittsburgh Spine and Joint Clinic. And I thought that was hilarious that it's a joint clinic. And on their sign that you could change, it just said We Accept Pot. Um, but one of the pictures is Bob tripping his ass off. And like he's so excited about something. He's like, all like jacked up and his eyes are like wide open and they are so fucking red. Another one is a picture of me and Gage. Oh, shit. Holy shit. Gage has to be like 22 or 23 now. Holy fuck. It's a picture of me holding Gage at the beach. Because they lived, I already lived here. They lived in Pennsylvania. My buddy and his girlfriend. Well, I guess she became his wife. They had a bunch of kids. But his first kid, she wanted a ride to North Carolina because I was up in Pennsylvania. She needed a ride asked me for a ride to North Carolina, and her sister was going to come up from South Carolina and pick her up. And that's what we did. And before, like, her sister picked her up, we stopped off at the beach and, like, took pictures and shit. One of the best pictures on that collage is, like at a gas station where they've got like the sign that you can change with like the giant arrow on top, like pointing at the store, and then they'll like put stuff like on there. I started laughing so uncontrollably. I had to pull over on the side of the road and take a picture of this back with my like 35mm camera. And it said, they told me to change the sign, so I did. That's like one of my favorite pictures. I like the We Accept Pot one though. That one's funny. And then I have a road sign. I can't remember what it is, but it's an official, like, Pennsylvania road sign that says, like, messed up shit. something about like tip over hazard, or they're pretty much telling you how shitty the fucking road is about to become. Let me think of one more. Well, that was my favorite one anyway. Hmm. Wish you had a million stories? Well, wait till you get as old as me. You probably have a ton. By the time I was your age, I already moved to a different state from where I was from. Hell, I think my sister was living with me by that point. Was a drug addict, quit. Well, it was mainly coke, but there was a variety of stuff. But I quit all of it except for weed. And nah, that's not true. I was gonna say I didn't start drinking yet, but no. I was 21 for Y2K. I just turned 21. And I bought so much fucking beer. It was at the same uncle's house up north, the semi-ocean front. Like, all of the family got together. And actually, I drove down with my sister and two of her friends, her boyfriend and like her best friend. And I had like 8 cases of beer in the back for like 2 days. Like, that's all we were gonna be there for. And I remember it was just cold enough that we didn't need the fridge. You just leave your beer out on the fucking deck and just go out and grab one when you need one, and it was perfect. But, oh yeah, I think that's one of the pictures I have on there. Yeah, I think so. I think it's Chris. He had, what are those stupid hats called? They look like a dunce cap, but you wear them like on New Year's and shit. He had 2 of them, so it looked like he had 2 horns, and he's just sitting there doing this pose. That shit was great, man. We had so much fun. Like I said, we were only there for like 2 days. Actually, I was supposed to leave the night before I left, but there was a big snowstorm, and my parents didn't want me driving through the snowstorm. They were like, just wait until morning. That way they can, plow the roads, salt them, blah, blah, blah. Because that was one of the only times I ever used a block heater on my truck. Because I think I was parked in the garage. Because I was all ready to go. And I was just like, screw it. Like, let's keep the block warm. Like, didn't think it was going to freeze or anything like that, because it had antifreeze in it. But that was the only time I ever used the block heater. And I didn't see a damn difference. Like, it didn't get warm any quicker the next morning. It didn't say, like, my temperature was, already warm. Like, I saw no freaking difference. Maybe it was just broken. But I would park outside all the time. So this time my truck was inside, and I was like, screw it. I'm gonna just take advantage of having electricity and my block heater. But like I said, I think maybe it was just broke. Yeah, party hats. You know, like they look like a dunce hat, like they're like a cone, and they'll say like Happy New Year on them. He had two. I did too. I think I saw him doing it, and I was like, I'm totally doing that shit too. Because my aunts are like the festive type. So if it's like we're all hanging out for New Year's, they're going to be bringing New Year's hats, like alcohol, like, you know, I don't know. They're like a party in a bag. It didn't make sense. But, yeah. Well, the aunt I was talking about yesterday is my grandma's sister. So I guess technically that would be my great aunt. The ones I'm talking about now, they are like my dad's sisters. Oh. So here's a fun thing that you can believe or not. Um, so my uncle, one of my uncles, worked for the Air Force, which is funny because he didn't fly planes. Um, but he did go high level. I'm pretty sure he was at the Pentagon on 9/11. Like he moved up. Well, in that moving up somewhere, I just remember this story from my aunt who was relaying what happened. But so he ended up having to go to Area 51. So he goes there, comes back, and my aunt wants to know all about it. She's like, "Tell me about it. Like, what can like tell me?" And he's like, "No, I can't. Like, um, everything's classified. Like, I can't tell you about anything." And so my aunt, in her wisdom, she wanted to know if aliens were real. Like, that was the whole point. Like, why she was asking him about this. And he's like, "I can't tell you anything." And so she was like, "All right, if aliens are real and they have them there, don't say anything." And he didn't say anything. So take that for what you want. Bob Lazar says there's alien technology there. No, I'm thinking of a different thing. Not the Bob Lazar. That was correct. That's the guy that he was like a genius, and they hired him at Area 51 because he took a jet engine and installed it into his Honda Civic. Like, that's some crazy shit right there, man. Which Mullet, um, Cletus's El Camino, that's what that was supposed to be. That was supposed to be a jet car. Like, they cut out, like, all of the rear of the car and everything, and they're gonna put a jet engine in there, and all of his friends were like, "Yeah, there's been like 3 people already that were really famous that died this year in a jet car. Maybe you shouldn't do that." Yeah, I'm sure Bob Lazar has a video about it. Yeah, you can install a jet engine into a Honda Civic, apparently. I've literally just heard about it. I haven't actually seen anything about it. But apparently that's why they hired him at Area 51, because he was like top level genius kind of guy. And he says that when he worked there, he was deconstructing alien technology to try to figure out how it worked. Uh, I don't know. How do you get a jet engine? Just Google it. Cletus had one. He sold it, but he had one. I don't know. He had to get it from some place. And it was freaking cool because when he went to pick it up, I think he got two. But they let him fire it up in the parking lot. Dude, the thing's cool as shit. I don't think I'd want to race jet cars. I think like superchargers and turbos would be my speed. I wonder how fast my truck is. I guess I could probably Google it. Somebody had to have run a 5.7 Hemi and a 1500 pickup truck down a drag strip. I'm at the point with the life of my vehicle, that is. Like, it's coming up on 20 years old. I'm at the point, I just don't want to do the fabricating for a turbo. And I don't have the money for a supercharger. I could probably compromise and get a Pro Charger. But I have a feeling like that bitch is gonna be like $1,000. And then you gotta like rework the piping and then do you get intercooler? Do you get intercooler inside the turbo? Or no, I guess I just said Pro Charger, so no, you would have to get an intercooler. Because I'd at least want to do it right. Wonder how much a jet engine costs. He didn't have a very big one. It's not like an airplane jet engine. It was just, I don't know, able to fit in the back of an El Camino size. I think it was a little longer than the bed. I think it like stuck out, but I think they wanted to do that anyway so that, exhaust. Because they put out a big ass fucking flame behind them. But if you've never seen those things racing, look that shit up. That stuff's fucking cool. Like I said, I wouldn't want to do it. Yeah, Cletus has like a whole bunch of different events that he puts on and stuff, like at the Freedom Factory and at the drag strip. And every once in a while, a couple of those guys will show up. And they're doing like quarter miles in like 3.2 seconds. Like, remember Fast and Furious? Where he's like, yeah, I forget exactly what he said. Well, you owe me a 10-second car. Which 10 seconds means like 10.99 or below. And these guys are going 3 seconds for the same amount of time. Or the same amount of distance. That's some crazy shit, man. was seeing people like hitting sixes and sevens. I was like, damn, that's fucking fast. And then you watch those things. Holy shit. They move. Alright, I should probably do something here. Just been sitting here rambling. Should probably finish that bowl. Oh man. So it was like 35 minutes before I was getting off work. And I run into my new work friend in the back of the store. And he was like, hey man, you going outside? And I was like, I don't know. I guess I can. I don't have really anything else to do, but I guess I can. He's like, dude, about to fucking hit this big fat ass fucking joint. I was like, alright. Like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like smoking weed at the time. So I didn't go outside. But I just thought it was hilarious that he was saying that. This is the dude that I gave him a couple cigarettes so far. And we were outside smoking, and I handed him my vape. I was like, here man, hit this shit up. And he got all fucking high at work. But he's a pretty cool dude. Every time I walk past him, he puts his hand out a fist bump. I think his name's Joel. I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I didn't look at his name tag. He knows my name somehow. Kind of weird. And I lost my name tag. I've been meaning to ask somebody for a new one. Because I don't care about wearing a name tag. But I really have no idea where the hell that stupid name tag went. Like, it literally just disappeared. Like, I have a few shirts that'll rotate through. But I always keep it on the last shirt that I wore. That way I know where it's at. And I don't just, like, you know, set it somewhere where I'm like, where the hell did this thing go? I don't know why they keep sending me fucking invites. I'm really working up this damn appetite for this friggin' hot dog. Uh, Looking at the battery charger made me just think of something, but I cannot remember. Did I sleep last night? There was a couple days there I just was not sleeping at all. I'd go lay down, close my eyes, put my covers on, close my eyes, and just sit there for hours. A lot of them were when I was playing Call of Duty, because I was just bored. There was no new YouTube videos, and I couldn't sleep. But I'm pretty sure the last couple nights I've been sleeping. At least a little bit. Anymore, if I get like 3 hours sleep, that's doing good. I used to be able to sleep for like 15 hours. Fuck, the one day I think I slept for like 24 hours or something like that. But then last summer, when I quit drinking, I just quit sleeping. Obviously, I didn't keep on quitting drinking, but I'm not keeping on sleeping. Like I don't know. It's been a lot of nights where, yeah, if I get like 3 hours sleep, I'm doing good. The other day, I think I got 5. Actually, I think I was off that day. I think I just laid down in the middle of the day. But I love sleeping. It just doesn't work for me anymore. The one day, I just couldn't sleep. I think I was just watching a bunch of YouTube. And then it became like 4 hours till I had to go to work. And I was like, shit, man. Like, I don't trust myself going to sleep. Because that'll be the fucking day that, I sleep for 5 or 6 hours. So I just stayed up. And I was like, as soon as I get home from work, I'll just hurry up and eat something. And then I'll just go to bed. And I stayed up most of the night. Oh, I gotta put my Sunkist in the fridge. this new phone that I got. Actually, I was reading. I like to just scroll through Google, like just Chrome on my phone, and it'll give me some local news, national news, like popular YouTube videos, shit like that. And I saw a link that said my phone, the one that I have, is the best phone that you can buy right now. And they specifically said the Plus, not the Ultra, which I thought was kind of weird, because isn't the Ultra better? They're raving about its camera capabilities, and when I take pictures, man, they do come out fucking clear. I don't know about the Ultra, because they just mentioned my phone and the previous model. Not previous model, but the lower base model. And said that my camera was better. So, I don't know. If it can get better, I would imagine the Ultra would have a better camera. But the Pandora is like so weird on this new phone. Like sometimes my phone will play for a week and never ask you, are you still listening to Pandora? And in other times it does it like every couple hours. Okay. I don't know what Baldur's Gate is. I mean, I assume it's a game, but I don't think I've ever seen that name before. Um, what else can I blab on about instead of playing this game? Because I was like touching the tracing paper, like I had blue fingernails today. I thought that was kind of funny. Maybe I am tired. They have, well, much like these dried apricots, they're like packaged, obviously. But I guess this one specific company does it for us, and like they've got dried apricots, they've got dried kiwis, they've got banana chips, they've got like all kind of shit. But this stuff over here, this Santa Fe trail mix, is freaking awesome, man. eat. What did I... Oh. Oh, right. Trying to think of what I bought today. I mean, I already remembered it, but... Hot dog buns, hot dogs, jalapenos, and pickles. Cigarettes and beer. But not relish. Should have got the relish instead of the pickles. Oh well, I'll make my own. Shit, now I gotta get something else dirty. That's what I like about hot dogs. They're handheld. You don't need a plate. Although I do need to check on what I have in the fridge. I have this shit, it's self-explanatory. It's called garlic and peppers. And that's all it is, like big old balls of garlic and peppers mixed in with it. I still haven't dug into that. I have a feta, if that's the way you say it, salad in there. I know I have a thing of chicken in there that I probably need to throw out. Because I brought it home, didn't put it in the fridge, left it out overnight because I ate something else. I think I ate a hot dog or some shit. And then I was, the next day when I got home from work, I was like, oh, let me just throw this in the fridge. Like thinking, like that would be a good idea. But I probably should just throw that shit out. I had an argument. Well, wouldn't call it an argument. A discussion one time with a previous girlfriend. And I said, I forget. I said I left something out. And she informed me, and we looked it up, and she's correct, that you're not supposed to leave anything out for more than like 20 minutes. So like if it gets done cooking, you're supposed to like put the rest of it in the fridge within 20 minutes, which sucks for me because I'm like the world's slowest eater. Shit, I'm talking all this hype about fucking hot dogs. Almost guaranteed I'll only have one. Like you would think like, oh man, you're really into hot dogs, you should have two. Like, I get full so fucking quick. I could never be a fat person. was the chick I drove to South Carolina, or no, South North Carolina, all the way at the bottom of the state. She was like, I'm coming to North Carolina. Like, do you want to hang out? And I was like, sure. Hell yeah, that'll be great. And then she told me where she was staying. I'm like, I've never fucking heard of that place before in my life. And then I look it up and I'm like, dude, it's like 4 hours away. It was at the beach too. I just live at the top of the beach. She was staying all the way at the bottom. I can't remember. I don't think I may have taken time off. I can't remember if I took time off or if I was just off. No, I'm pretty sure it was a weekend. And I always had to work every weekend. But I guess I got time off. And drove all the way down there. I don't remember the name of the restaurant we went to. But it was pretty fucking good. It was expensive as fuck too. Like everything on the menu like started at $25. And that was before 2011. Actually, I was getting flashbacks of that era because do you say it was the cheapest? I don't know. But this guy bought no, it was a GMC whatever. It was a Silverado that GMC made. But it was like the WT, the work truck edition, which I've never heard of that before. Like we've gotten work trucks. People have bitched at me on the internet about making my truck look like a work truck because it got black bumpers. Like, I don't like chrome. And but anyway, I was getting flashbacks of that time because he bought an '06 and it looked exactly like my truck. With the exception, mine was I believe technically they called it a quad cab. But it was the kind that you couldn't open the back door unless you opened the front door. It was like a suicide door that you would open. And I would never want to sit in that back seat. Like, it didn't really... Well, I made it work with all the shit that I needed for work. But I loved that fucking truck. It was the best seat I've ever sitting in any vehicle. Like, you just... Oh, so nice. You just, like... When you sit in it, it just, like, holds you. Like, you sink down. Oh, it's so great. And one of my tools... I guess I really didn't need it too very often. But I had it. And I love tools. Was a machete. And I had a center console. And I would take the machete and I would set it down in between the seat and the center console. And I would look like probably the biggest jackass when I'm driving, or when I was driving, because I was using the machete like it was a gear shifter. And I would like, literally when the car would shift, I would shift. I loved that truck, man. That was like the best fucking truck. We had the single cab ones. They weren't as good. But the version I had was fucking badass. And I had so much shit in this truck. Like the entire bed, you pretty much couldn't, like put anything in there. Like I had buckets, I had like pool equipment, I had like hot tub cleaning shit. I had it like completely packed. I had like motors and shit in the back seat. Um, all my tools and shit like that. Like it squatted the truck down like I don't know. It was super fucking low. Which was really nice for working because I had to reach into the bed a lot and I didn't really have to like stand on the tires or anything because I could just reach everything. And then, you know, those cargo racks that you can get that you can put them into your vehicle hitch and it gives you like a little extra storage. I had one of those things, and I would usually be driving around with a couple extra 100 pounds worth of buckets on that thing, too. Actually, I still have that thing, but because I was using it for pool chemicals, it pretty much rotted most of the middle away. uh, and I don't know why I only have one ladder rack. Like, it's the kind where you put one in the front of the truck and one in the back of the truck, and it's just literally like just a pole with like an angle where you can like put shit, like lumber or whatever. Not a lot of weight, but and it's aluminum. I only have one of them. I don't know where the hell the other one went. I assume it stayed on the truck when it got totaled, because that was the truck that a hurricane came through, and everything was good, like the entire storm. But it came up on the west side, so it pushed all the water out of the sound. And then, so when the storm passed, all that water came rushing back, and we had like, I think they said it was a 2-foot wall of water that was just running down my street. And my house sits way lower than the street. So when I woke up, like the entire front yard, well, my house looked like it was on an island. Like there was water everywhere. And the water got up and messed up the starter in this vehicle. And the insurance company thought it would be a better idea to just total the entire thing rather than possibly chasing electrical gremlins in the future. Which was stupid. Like, I would have bought the damn thing. I'll change out that fucking starter and drive that bitch around. It was funny. I had my entire pickup truck. Like, when they totaled my car, I had to go over and get all my stuff out of it. I had my entire truck packed full. I took my 5x10 trailer, and I had that fucking thing packed full. And that shit sat in my front yard for I don't even know how long. It took forever to get someone to pick it up. Which was Bobby. Yeah, when they let me go, that's who gave me a ride home. Which is funny. That's in the same fucking truck that I gave the guy who drove that truck. I drove him home in that truck so he could clean out his truck, like all his tools and shit like that. and then drive back to work. That was a fucked up day. They just made up an excuse to get rid of him. Because he didn't do anything. I think he was just making too much money. But they made up this like ridiculous fucking story about him. But I drove him home in that truck. And Bobby drove me home in that truck. That's funny. That truck, it was a Ford F-150. And they bought it for the guy that I drove home. Like, specifically for him. They went out and they, like, at the time, this was like 2005? Or no, the car is a 2004. So it'd be like 07? Something like that. But they got that bitch. Like, it was loaded. Every single option that was available at the time, they got. But, and it was like this from day one. Every time you would start the damn thing, it had a rattle. Like it wasn't getting oil. And it went to the dealership. Well, a dealership. Oh my god. I don't even remember how many fucking times it went. It had like the oil sending unit replaced. It had, I think well, it's not the dipstick, but the oil feed. I think they had to replace that. They replaced like so many fucking things, and that noise never went away. It always sounded like you were starving it of oil right when you started it. And then years after they didn't fix it, someone found, maybe it was me, I don't know, but on like forums about the F-150s, they were like, yeah, it just makes that noise. Like, but yeah, I was a lot of things. Like, technically I was the pool and spa manager. But I was also the assistant maintenance manager. I did the budget for the maintenance and for mine. I was the guy that would be on my way to work, you know, gonna make it on time. Everything's great. And I would get a phone call. Because I was salary. There was no clocking in, clocking out kind of shit. Like, I just got paid what I got paid every year. Like, every paycheck, technically. And every year, it was X amount, whatever that would be. And, but I was the guy that rolling into work, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna be freaking early today. Like, I'm actually gonna be early, because I was always, like, right at 9 o'clock pulling in. And I was like, I can't believe it. Like, this would happen to me all the time. I'm like, dude, I am, like, right on track. Like, even with traffic. Because it was that 2-lane road that I bitch about. And, even with the traffic, I'm like, I'm going to be there, like, before 9 o'clock for sure. And I would get a phone call. We need a 42-inch TV and a grill. So I'd have to go to Walmart and buy the fucking TV, try to figure out how I'm gonna fit this damn thing into my truck. So many times, I had TV strapped to my toolbox on the back of the truck. And then grills, I would put that on my, like, hitch thing. Like, I remember doing that. I grabbed, like, 5 grills one time. I had them like sitting on the toolbox strapped down. I had them sitting on all my buckets in the back of the truck strapped down. I had one on the whatever the hitch extended thingy. But yeah, I was like, that was funny because when they let me go, I filed for unemployment, and so I guess they called my work and like informed them like, hey, he's contesting getting unemployment. So they like told them all about me, and so when unemployment calls me after that, they were like, when we talked to them, they said that you were late a lot, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, I was, and they're like, okay, so you don't you don't want to like contest that or whatever? And I'm like, no, I was late all the time because they were constantly calling me and telling me to turn around and drive all the way back to some store to go get things. So I was always working, but I just wasn't there yet. Because they would call me up and just like the most random shit. It was always grills and TVs, though. That was like the top items that I would have to pick up. But because I had to do all that, I had like like some of the only company credit cards. Like a lot of the stores we just had an account with. So I just go in, buy whatever I'm buying, and then I just sign my name, and then they send a bill to the company, and the company paid for it. But like Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's. Well, actually, we didn't have a Lowe's then. Um, but like the plumbing company, we had an account. I just walked in, be like, "Yeah, give me a water heater," and then I would just sign a piece of paper and walk out with it. Um, what was the other one? I thought there was more. Because I know I had the Home Depot and the Walmart card because I was always going there. Every once in a while, I would have the company credit card. Like, I think it was American Express. Which, oh man, when I went to not Atlantic City. Wait, where the fuck am I thinking of? No, I can't remember. It's in Maryland, close to Delaware, at the ocean. It's not Atlantic City. That's in New Jersey. It's not Myrtle Beach. That's South Carolina. I don't know why I can't think of it. But I had to go there for a whole week. I got paid for this too. That was like the coolest shit. Um, so I just got my brand new 2006 um, Chevy Silverado 1500, the one I was just talking about. I just got it. I didn't even get company lettering on it yet. I didn't have time to put my tools in it or anything. And I had to go to this pull and spa thing. Up. And fuck. It's a popular area. It's like where a lot of people go on vacation. But anyway, so the pool and spa thing was in a um, conference room at the hotel that I was staying at, which was perfect for me. I didn't have to drive the entire week. Like I just went to the bar and I would get whatever I'm gonna eat a lot of the times because they had 5-cent tacos. So a lot of the times I was just like, they gave me like $50 to get food tonight. I'm gonna get 5 cents tacos, and then I would just spend the rest of the money. Well, I took back a lot of fucking money. Like they gave me a shitload of fucking money. They just wrote me out a big ass fucking check because they were like, okay, X amount of money for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I think the first time I took the company credit card, but the second time, yeah, they wrote me a check, and I deposited that into my account, spent as much money as I needed to, and then brought them back whatever I didn't use, which was a lot. I gave them back like $300 or $400. Like I totally could have just been eating lobster every day. But I was doing that, and the entire time, because um, the first time he said it to me, and the second time, I think he believed me. But the first night that I was there, the first time that I went, like I said, I was just gonna get dinner at the bar. So I would take all of my, because they would give you homework and shit like that. I would take all my books and shit, and I would go down to the bar, grab a beer, order up some food, and I would just do my homework kind of shit. And the first night, all the instructors came through the bar, and he was just like, "Hey man, like I see you're like enjoying the bar," and I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "All right," and everything was just fine. But the second night, he came through again, and he's like, "I just want to let you know that there's only been one person that's come here and been in the bar every single night and passed." And he's like, "It was me." And I'm like, "You're looking at number two." And I did. I got, I think 98% on the test. I think I missed one question. Or no, 98%? I think I missed 2 questions. And then the next year, I came back, and he saw me in the bar, and he was like, "You're gonna do it again, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And that year, I got a 98% as well. And that made me Tech 1 and Tech 2 certified, which I was already CPO certified. But that was great. The second time I went, that was the fun one. Because we went to the hotel pool, and they literally had pumps and filters set up with problems going on. And you had to troubleshoot them right there on the spot. That was fucking fun. The one nobody could fucking figure out, and I got it. It was, I believe, a clogged up impeller. But it was cool as shit, man. Like, you go to the pool, and you just have all this pool equipment all around the fucking pool. Just, like, trying to run, or running, or... Like, one of the things was, I think I pointed it out, was a ball valve that was just shut. They like just purposefully shut off a valve so that the pump wouldn't work. And I figured that sucker out. But that was a lot of fun. And I learned so much. That's where I learned about electricity. That's why Well, I asked a question because I was like, all right, with 110, you have a power and you have a neutral. But on 220, and a ground. But on 220, you just have a hot, and a ground. So, like, how does it come back? You know, because that's why the neutral's there. To, like, bring the power, well, to complete the circuit. And the answer that I got was because electricity moves in waves like this, it will go in on one side, and while the other side is like going to whatever you're powering, the other one is coming back through the exact same line, which just blew my mind. So like it'll go out on a hot leg and it'll come back on the other hot leg. But because it goes in waves, like they avoid each other. Electricity is weird, man. For someone who doesn't, shouldn't say it like that. For someone that has trouble believing in things that I can't see, I love electricity. And like I think it was 3 instructors. They were all like master plumbers, master electricians, like blah 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 blah. Every single one of them was put into the hospital from fucking up with electricity. Which I thought, I mean, they're experts, right? So, I don't know. I thought that was really cool about me working with, you know, Live 220 and Live 110 and shit like that. I never went to the hospital. I got shocked like a shitload of fucking times. And on multiple times when I was testing shit, I would fuck up and go to ground or, you know, something like that. And it would like weld my fucking test probe to whatever I was fucking trying to touch. That happened like multiple times because I had to get new leads for it at least twice. Actually, I'm going to say 3 times because I'm pretty sure the ones I have, there's nothing melted on them. So it was probably 3 times. But the one time, guest calls and says their pool light, the light above the pool, wasn't working. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take the call. I'll go over. So I went over there, and I'm working outside, so I don't feel like I need to announce myself. So I just go and get to work. Like, let's get this figured out. By the time somebody notices that I'm here, they'll come out and I'll be like, haha, it's fixed already, kind of fucking thing. And so I start working on it, and I'm working on the light switch. So I pull it out of the wall, and I'm going to test it, and bam, I get hit with electricity. And I'm like, oh shit, man, like, alright. So I go to work on it again. Bam, get hit with electricity again. I'm like, holy shit. By this point, like, the adrenaline is kicking in. Because you get an adrenaline rush whenever, like, you get electrocuted. And in, like, the 4th or 5th time that I get electrocuted, like, first off, I'm getting pissed off. But second off, like, the adrenaline, like, I'm literally shaking. And the dude comes out and was like, oh, hey, man, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, I'm just working on your pool light, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, I see you're shaking there. And I'm like, yeah, I just got electric. Or I see you're shaking there. Like, maybe you should have had one before you came into work today. And I was like, no, 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 no. That's not what it is, man. Like, I just got electrocuted like 5 times in a row. And the adrenaline rush is just fucking killing me right now. And he was like, oh, okay, do you want a beer? And I'm like, no. Like, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Like, I don't need a beer while I'm at work. Because I may be an alcoholic, but I don't want to waste a buzz at work. I'd rather just do my. Fuck, it down the wrong way. I'd rather just do my work, go home, and then drink there. And at the time, I had a well, I was gonna say 5 o'clock. I had a 4 o'clock rule. So like my day off, I couldn't drink until at least 4 o'clock. But that also was the same company that I worked for that would always supply beer. Like when we got off work, just go to the linen room. Like we got a fridge in there, and somebody bought beer. Like it was usually the owners, and if that was no, it was almost always unless we found it in a house. Corona or Pacifico. Like if Bobby was buying, it was probably Pacifico. If the bosses were buying, it's Corona. But we would all just buy beer. Like it was like the owners mainly were the ones that would buy us beer. But if they weren't there that day, if we didn't have any in the fridge, one of us would go next door to the it's like a mini mart, and buy up some beer. Like to the point where you almost felt obligated to do it. Like I haven't bought beer in like at least a week. Like I should probably just go and buy some fucking beer. I oh that's a question I'll never have the answer for. But we bought so much beer on the clock. I wonder how many fucking beers that we actually bought on the clock. Because, like, that store was right next door to where our office was. So on the way back, because we're all out driving anyway, on the way back, you just stop in at the store, leave your fucking company truck running, because that's what you do, and then go in and grab some beer. That was another funny fucking thing. Um, I I think I started it, but I had to become better at it. But anyway, the guys, because I was fleet manager as well, and the guys would always leave their fucking truck running and then go into the store and then spend like a half hour in that fucking store. And their excuse was, I'm just leaving my AC running, or I'm just leaving the heat running, or whatever. So, when I noticed one of our guys at the store, like the hardware store that we always used, there was only one, I would notice them there, and I would see their car running. Like, I knew it was fucking running. So, I would go, and sometimes I would go into the store. A lot of the times I wouldn't. but I would turn their car off and then like hide their keys. So I'd put it like under the center console, or I'd like throw them underneath the seat, or something like that. And they would come out expecting their vehicle to still be running, and they'd be like, "Where the hell are my fucking keys?" And then I would get a phone call like 5 minutes later. "All right, dude. Like, I can't find them. Where'd you put them?" Like on the passenger seat, under those papers that you've got there. But yeah, but then I had to start getting smart because I would always leave my keys in my ignition. But they started doing the same shit to me. So I would like just start hiding my keys. Like I would never take them out of the car. So they would think that I took them in with me, but I would just like throw them under the seat, or I would throw them in the center console, or like, you know, wherever the hell I felt like hiding them. Like sometimes I would even open up the back door and throw them in my computer case. But yeah, that shit was fucking funny. I would get messages, like I would go to the store, and they would try to do that to me, and I would get a message, "You fucker, like took your keys with you," and I'm like, I don't leave my fucking truck running. Like, I, I, I always, okay, I always would turn my truck off. Like even if I knew I had like a really small job to do, like it's only gonna take me 5 minutes or something like that, I wouldn't leave my truck running. I would always shut it off. And then, um, for for a while, like I said, I have that 5x10 trailer, and since it's on the company's dime, I would hook that bitch up in a second and go and grab hot tub covers because they were like a giant box. I could strap them to the bed, but it was just so much more fun to drive around with a fucking trailer. And I guess the way to put it is I would have competitions with myself about how good that I can back up a trailer. Like I would be like a real long driveway. I would pull right up and back my trailer all the way in. Like I would be dodging cars and shit that were in the driveway. Like I was fucking good at backing up this trailer. What was the Oh, maybe it was John's little tiny boat trailer. There was one trailer. It was real short. I sucked at backing that thing up. Like every time I would just get frustrated and just unhook the fucking trailer and just walk it back to wherever I needed to put it. But this trailer, my trailer, and like I used to haul boats for a living. Fun fact. Um, my sister worked for a boat broker, and she would get me side jobs of driving like 90 miles south and picking up a boat and bringing it to their parking lot and leaving it. And they were yachts. Like they weren't like the kind you need a tractor trailer to like transport. But that was everything my truck could do to fucking just get up to speed on flat roads. And that shit was great. I was getting like that was back when gas was cheap too, but I was getting like $100 a boat, which was worth it to them. They didn't have to drive all the way down south and then all the way back up north to deliver the boat. But I was really good at backing up those suckers. But they were always so big that like when you were trying to back them up and like well, I was usually only backing them into the parking lot of where I needed to drop them off. but they were so big that you just like went like 10 feet and then you just stop, throw it in park, get out, and like wander around the back and look to see if you're gonna hit anything. But that was a fun gig. I've had a lot of side jobs that were like a lot of fucking fun. Like I had one lady that was, I don't know if they still talk or not, probably on Facebook or some shit. But she was friends with my sister, and she had a hot tub, and that thing would break all the fucking time. I went over there so many fucking times. Like, I'm pretty sure the last time I went over there, because it was like a temperature sensor goes out, a flow switch goes out, the heater goes out, the motor went out. Like, at the last time I went over there, I was like, all right, look, we're going to fix this entire thing. I'm going to charge you $1,000. I'm going to give you, I think I told her it was like $800. They call it a pack, which is like the motherboard, the heater tube, obviously the heater, and I think I already replaced her motor. And it also comes with every sensor that you need: flow switch, temperature sensor, overheat, all that shit. I was like, we're just gonna fix this shit once and for all. Like, there's no point in me nickel and diming you. Like, let's just take care of it. And I fixed it, and she never called me back. So I'm guessing it's still working. But that was the kind of shit I fucking loved. Depending on what was available, I could get a pack from like 400 to like 550 bucks. And I was charging $1,000 to install them. Which was great for the company, because that's mainly who I did it for. Like, they just make out on the entire deal. Like, I didn't get any more money for doing anything. But the way I was doing shit, I was making enough money that I had like 3 packs on my truck at all times. Like, one had the little tiny top side, one of them had the standard top side, and one of them had the standard top side, but it did 2 jets, a blower, and obviously the light, temp up, temp down. But I would get all of those, like, I don't know, I guess you could say technically free. Like, I didn't get them. Hell, I ripped the guts out of my fucking hot tub and turned it into an aquaponic garden. But I got to the point where I had those packs. So if any hot tub ever went down, I could replumb if it wasn't already set up like this. Most of them were already set up like it was a Balboa pack. Most of them were set up all ready to go. Like, all I would have to do is disconnect electricity, drain the hot tub, disconnect the heater tube. Everything comes right out. Put the brand new one back in there, tighten down connections, refill the hot tub, and I'm good to go. Hell, a lot of the times, I didn't even drain the hot tub. I just went straight at it. Like, I'd get the electrical all completely out of the way, and it was just like, unscrew the fittings on both sides, get that thing out of there, new one in place, screw down the fittings, only have to, like, top off the fucking hot tub a little bit. But I got to the point where I had those packs. I had one of each of the 3 kind of motors that we needed for pulls. A 3/4, a 1 horse, and a 1.5 horse. And we know, like, I had one house that had like a 2.5 or 3 horsepower motor, but that was so rare I never even carried them in stock. And then I had 2. No, I think I had all 3 hot tub pumps that I would need. Or no, maybe that one was a 3 horse. Yeah. No, I had like a 5 horse. But I had all that stuff. And this isn't absolutely correct, but I got them all for free because I got jobs for the company. And then I would just buy what I needed. And I would just bill it out. But I also would hook owners up, man. Because I would, oh, let me grab something. What time is it? 8:30s. But I'd be going around, and our company had a rule that the owners came up with, and that was, technically, it's if it didn't came with, if it didn't come with the house, it shouldn't be there. So, like my garage, I've got so many damn fishing rods because people will come on vacation and be like, oh, I'll just leave it for the next guy. Well, my company says you're not allowed to do that. Like, that's not how that house came. That's not the way it goes to the next person. And, fuck, dog. So I was, like, getting, like, tons of shit. Pool toys? Holy fuck. I never kept any of them. I don't think. Well, I had noodles. I found a shit ton of fucking noodles. Like, a lot of fucking noodles. Like, you would be stunned at the amount of noodles that went into my work truck and right into the fucking garbage. Actually, most of the time I threw them away in their garbage. But, I know I've told this story before, but this chick that I worked with, our maintenance coordinator, she decided to, like, have a family reunion. So she rented one of our houses. And she was like, can you do me a favor? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, while you're out today, if you see any pool toys, can you drop them off at the house that I'm renting? I'm like, yeah. So I put the word out to my other 2 employees. I was like, hey, let's hook her up. Like, and we fucking hooked her up. We got so many pool toys that you couldn't see the water in the pool anymore. There's fucking noodles and some unicorn fucking inner tube looking thing. It was fucking hilarious, man. Like, it got to the point where she was like, all right. No more pool toys. Like, we don't need any more. And I'm like, I still got like 5 more houses to do. Like, I might have some more shit for you. Because normally when I came across like an inflatable pool toy, my knife comes out, right in the side of it, throw it in the garbage can. Noodles, I only took a few home. Someone, I can't remember who, someone I worked with wanted as many noodles as I could get them, though. I don't remember who that was. I don't remember what they were using them for, either. But if you cut them open, you can put them around like metal bars and shit like that. Like your ladder rack on your fucking truck or something like that. Yeah, that was a fun fucking job, man. And then the wine parties. This one owner specifically, actually I remember 2. Barry, no. Wait, no, his name is Barry too. But I was thinking of a different guy. I don't remember the other guy's name though. Or his wife. PI 206. And PI 216. But, oh, that's right. If you were listening to me yesterday and I was talking about, like, the county line and then everything going, that's the weird thing about Pine Island, though. Like, the numbers start at the north end and go south. So, like, PI 11, that's all the way up at the north end. But PI 216 is down almost to the end. And for some reason, it went to like PI, because everybody used the same numbers for some reason. It went to PI 35, and then it jumped to 400 for some reason. That's right, because that wasn't PI 1. That was PI 400. But it was like right at the county line. Oh, but anyway, these two owners specifically would have wine parties. They were big into wine. And like not and we'd go, we would drink some wine with them, and then they would let us go with a bottle of white and a bottle of red. And like usually they had multiple kinds. So like the whole night you're just like switching around from one brand to another brand to another brand to another brand, trying all this fucking wine. And then they would let you leave with one of, each. And sometimes they would provide beer. Those were like the good ones. Sometimes they would provide food. So they would just randomly have whatever. And it was all like rich people shit. Like all the wines have like some crazy name. Man, I can't remember. I bet you I have their phone number on my phone. Actually, I know I do. I have, like, all of my work numbers that I used to have still. That was way back in the day where my cell phone, my sister, still to this day, is 1AL. Because her name's Allie, and we call her Al. But it has a 1 before it because I would call her all the time, and I wanted it at the top of my phone. So, and I never changed it. It's been the same exact way forever. Actually, no. No, my mom, she's just mom's cell. Which is funny because that's my old number. When I lived in Pennsylvania, I had that number, and when I moved, I was like, I'm not going to take my cell phone. And she was like, I'll take over your account. And I was like, okay. So she got my phone, she got my cell phone number, and she still has it to this day. And that's the only reason I can remember her phone number. Actually, no, I can remember my dad's phone number too. I can't remember my sister's. Actually, no. I moved here with my phone. Yeah, because it was my new phone and it had the internet. And I was so excited about it because I've had the internet forever. Like, well, at least like 1990. Maybe earlier than that. Because my mom was a tech nerd. We had that AOL where you get the fucking disc in the mail, like every fucking week. And you would like, it's 50 free hours, and you would put it in and use it, and then like the next week you grab another one and put it in and use that one, and like you were always getting free internet, but you had to like jump from thing to thing, and it was so fucking slow. But on the phone, it sucked. Like, that's why I gave my mom my phone. I just remembered that. Because I remember being here trying to do things on the internet on my phone, and it just would not fucking work right. Like, there was no websites that you could go to. Like the internet for the phone just came out when I got it, because I was always way ahead of all my friends, at least, well, with some technology. Like, I had a beeper before a lot of my friends did. I had a cell phone before, shit, the only person I knew that had a cell phone was my dad, and that was because it was a work phone. Like, people were always using my cell phone. Like, dude, can I use your cell phone? I gotta just make this phone call really quick. And I can't remember what I was paying, but I remember I only got 100 minutes. Because I was always like, you can use my cell phone, but like make it quick. Like, only a couple minutes. But that's why I got rid of my cell phone. Oh, no, actually, well, that was part of the reason. But I think I had a permanent work phone. And I didn't see the point of paying for a phone line when I already have a phone line for work. Because they let me drive my truck home. They let me take my phone home. I had their credit cards. Which I never misused. I always turned in every single receipt that I got. As a matter of fact, I was so good at keeping receipts that every time I got gas, this just reminded me about this earlier when I was watching this dude watch JR go get his new, well, it's a GMC, but it's like a Silverado. In the glove box, when you open it up, there's like a little section on the left-hand side that was made, I'm guessing, for the owner's manual, even though it was in the other area. But in that section, I would put every single gas receipt. And then something came up one day. Well, first off, this bookkeeper got fired for like fucking up all kind of expenses and shit like that. But she came to me and was like, did you get gas on blah 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 day or something like that? Like some fucking question. And I was like, I've been waiting for this day for like so long. And I went to my truck and I grabbed a stack of fucking receipts. And I went in there with them. And I was like, here you go. They're in chronological order, starting from today on top, all the way back to when I first got this truck. I had every single gas receipt. Which I thought was pretty fucking funny. Because she was not expecting that. She thought she had me cornered into like some kind of little trap or some shit like that. And I was like, no, man. Like, I turn in every fucking receipt. Like, I had my own. Well, I didn't have my own office, but I had my own computer in an office where I could do billing, and that's mainly all I ever fucking did in there. And in that, I don't know, I had a drawer. I had one of those hanging folders. I kept every single receipt. So, like, when I went to the pool store and bought shit, I had every fucking receipt. And I made a copy of it and gave it to the bookkeeper. But I kept an extra copy just for myself because I don't know. I started it when that lady was there, and I just kind of didn't trust her. I felt like something weird was gonna happen. Then she got fired for like not doing a good job. So I guess I was right about that. It's like the one guy that I worked with that committed suicide. Like, I don't know. Well, that was another reason I kept on keeping my receipts. Because that guy would get pissed off that he had to do his job and do his same other job. And he would take like a big stack of work orders with receipts and everything and just throw them into the fucking garbage. So, like, in the computer system, it still shows up that it's not done because that hasn't been completed out. But we don't have a receipt to bill out. I never liked that guy. Like, I knew that immediately upon meeting him. Like, do you ever get that feeling when you meet someone and you just immediately, you're just like, I don't know, I just get this, well, I don't want to say a feeling, but immediately my mind's like, I don't like this person. Put that over there because I think I'm gonna try to smoke more. Um, yeah, but that dude killed himself because he was supposed to go to prison for one of those. Who's that? Chris Hansen. One of those kind of stings where they're like, "Come on in and have a seat," like the kind of shit with trying to get some underage kid. So I don't feel bad about him killing himself. As a matter of fact, we didn't know why. We did later that day. But I just remember walking around the building and my boss came out and she was like, "Oh my god," I can't even remember his fucking name. Was it Steve? But they can't find him. And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "He's missing. He's been gone all weekend," because this was like a Monday. And like, he's gone. I guess Monday was the day he had to show up for prison. And like, I didn't say it. But when she said, like, "Oh my god, we can't find him," immediately my mind went, "Pretty sure he killed himself." Like, I didn't know why. I don't know why I said that, or thought that. But that was my immediate thought. And then, so we just got new computers, laptops. And most of the guys would, like, go watch porn on them or do whatever. I did not fuck off on my laptop at all because I assumed, well, this company had money, so I assumed that they had some kind of monitoring software to see what I'm getting up to, which one of the bosses said that they did have on the fucking computer. So I'm kind of glad I didn't do any of that shit. But if I want to fuck around, like, I'll just go on my computer, you know? Like, actually, at that time, the internet on the phones weren't that bad. But, so we went to a house that was unoccupied so that we could log on to their internet. And me and the guy that I work with, we just started Googling everything that we could that we knew about this guy. And that's where we found a news article. Actually, I think it was like one of those, like, in the back of the paper, like, who's going to jail kind of fucking articles. And we found out why he was going to jail. And we were like, oh. Like, literally, when we both found out about it, we both looked at each other and was like, yeah, that makes sense. Not that he was supposed to go to jail, but, like, that was him. Like, he was weird. And who the fuck tries to hook up with a 13-year-old girl when you're, like, 45 or 50 years old? Fuck, I don't even want to hook up with a 21-year-old. What the fuck would we even talk about? Yep. Well, he's gone. The only thing... Oh, god damn it. The only part about that I find shitty... Oh, here, maybe now I'm on. The only part of that I feel shitty about is my boss had to go and ID the fucking body. Because he shot himself in the fucking head. Rented a motel room. Shot himself in the head. And I guess it was motel, hotel, something like that. I think it was a motel. The staff had to find his dead body and then call the cops, and then my boss had to go and confirm that it was him. But other than that, no, I don't feel anything bad about that story. This is the same guy that used to he was a pilot. Like, I don't think he drove anything bigger than a Cessna. But he was a pilot. And he would do these ride-alongs with kids. Now, I never heard of anything bad happening. But I did hear that after he got busted and knew that, like, he was probably going to be screwed in prison, like, literally, this was what people thought after the fact, that he intentionally wrecked his plane. His version was something like a crosswind or something like that, but his plane went end over, like ass over teacups. And I'm pretty sure the plane got totaled. But everybody said later that that was probably an attempt to kill himself then. Make it look like an accident. But he gone. Didn't really like his niece. Oh, I forgot that, man. No, what the fuck was her name? Fuck, I can't remember her name. But her last name was Croft. And so, you know, Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. This chick was a bigger chick. And The same guy that found her uncle's obituary, or not obituary, but arrest report. He came up with, I can't remember her first name, but he was like so and so Croft, fridge raider. Fuck, I can't remember her damn name. She had the same name as somebody else that I worked with, and I can't remember her name either. Actually, I could probably look in my phone and find that too. Jen. That's right. Jen Croft, fridge raider. Because Bobby's wife was named Jen too. It was funny. Anytime you would call and ask for Jen, they were just like, which one? And every time I would call, I asked for Bobby's wife. Mainly because I didn't trust the other one. Like, you know, I'd have to call in to get a vendor. Like, yes, it's definitely out of gas. Tell the gas company to come out and fill the bottle. If I had to do shit like that, she would just not do it. So I never trusted her. Like, every fucking time I was like, yeah, I'll hold. Like, every time, like, no, I'll hold for Jen. The other Jen. But the one I didn't really like was screwing the owner of the company. I think, yeah, I heard they ended up getting married. But that was after I was gone. I used to take care of his pool, like on the side. Actually, can't even talk. Both of the owners of the company, I took care of both of their pools. The one I took care of, and then she moved to a different house. The other owner moved into her house, so I had her house, her new house, and I had her old house as my like little side accounts on my day off. So like every time I had a day off, I just like roll over there. I'd usually get high as shit before I go. And then I would just roll over and just fucking do some pool work. It was usually just backwash and, you know, vacuum the pool. And or hot tub. I can't remember if she had a hot tub in her new place. She had one in her old place. But that was a great side gig. I can't remember. Whatever the company charged, I got paid like half of that. So if they charged 1,800, like I was getting 1,000. No, we were doing 3,200. Yeah, so I think I got like two $750 checks. Like one at the beginning of the season, one at the end of the season. And I was doing pools for them, so I was just using their own company chlorine. Hell, I drove my work truck over there to take care of their pools. Or no, I didn't. I drove my truck. That's right. Because I was always driving my company truck. So on my days off, I was like, yeah, I should just, you know, drive my truck. So I had my own equipment and shit in my truck anyway. But yeah, that was great. And for some reason, it always seemed like they were off on on my days off, because they were like always at their house when I would go there. Like Eddie would come out with a beer and be like, "Here, man, I have a Corona," and be like, "All right." But well, I guess they both were really. But he was like the biggest drinker. Like he didn't want to move because he lived upstairs from his favorite pizza place that had a bar. So he was like always in there. Like if it was after hours, you could just stop into that pizza shop and he's there. Like every fucking time. But I also think that's kind of why he moved. Well, that and I think he wanted like an actual house, not like a little apartment. But it worked great for him because he had a good job and was living there. So he had to have been stacking away some money. He started that company that I worked for with the other owner, and that company like within the first year became a multi-million-dollar company. So I don't know how much he was getting paid, but it was definitely more than me. And he was still living in a place that had cheaper rent than me. But yeah, the oh, we would go to the Hunter's Feast, which if you've never been to one, it's where people hunters um I was gonna say hunt all year, but like one time a year, they'll donate some of their food. So they'll like, here's some duck meat, here's some like squirrel, here's some hog balls, here's blah blah blah, and they donate all this stuff, and then they charge you to come in, but it's all you can eat, like anything you fucking want, and it's so fucking good. But I would normally leave for work at 8 so I could get there by 9. Well, Hunter's Feast Day, I would leave at 8. Actually, I think every time I went, I got a ride. Like, I'm pretty sure the last couple times I went, Bobby's wife picked me up because she was going to drop him off too. And I live right across the street from, well, down the road, across the highway from the boss. And we would show up at his door at 8 o'clock, and he would already have shit. What the fuck are they called? Bloody Mary. He would have a Bloody Mary for everybody with extra vodka in it. And I tried drinking it like so many fucking times, but I always ended up just giving it to somebody else. I was like, fuck it, I'll just go with the beer. But we would start drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then the limo would pull up. And like after everybody showed up, because it would be like 10, 15 of us. And then the limo would show up. And we'd all pile into the limo. And then we would just pregame the whole way there. Like, that's why we got a limo. And so we were just pounding beers the whole way. Well, we didn't even get to where we had to go. We actually would usually stop at a gas station right before the ferry. And we would buy more beer. And then we would have that on hand until we got back across the ferry at the end of the day and got back to that same gas station to buy more beer. And then we would so we'd leave the gas station and we would go over, and then you just have to wait for the ferry. So it's like all these cars just lined up on the road, just waiting to get onto the ferry. And the ferry shows up, limo drives on. You can get out of the fucking limo if you felt like it. Most of the time, I just stayed in the fucking limo. And then we would go to the event. And usually, like halfway through that, one of us would just go in and just start getting all kind of food on one plate. Like we would trying to get like a little bit of every single thing that they had. And they had a lot. Like there was, you name an animal and they probably had it there. Except for, no, they have beef brisket. I was going to say except for beef. But maybe not chicken. Nah, they probably had chicken. But if they didn't, you could get quail or duck or, you know, something. But anyway, we would make up a plate with like a little bit of everything that we could fit. And it was always a mounding fucking plate. And we would take it out to the limo driver. Because he didn't have a ticket. He couldn't get in. And then we would smoke weed with him. I always thought that was just fucking hilarious. But it was funny. It was the same every fucking year. It was like clockwork. We get there, we get the brisket, we get the rockfish stew. And we eat the living shit out of that stuff because everything else isn't ready yet. And then when they open up and say that everything's ready to eat, we would go in and just eat as much as we fucking could. And then, like, one of us would just look at the other with, like, a, kind of look. And the other one would just nod, like, uh-huh. And we would just, like, get rid of all of our garbage. And we would just go make a plate and go out to the fucking limo driver and smoke weed with him. Like, we smoked a lot of fucking weed with that dude. And it was the same limo driver every year. And it was a Lincoln Navigator. A stretched Lincoln Navigator. It was like the long version. Like, it was the big limo. But the driver was cool as shit, man. He'd put the partition window down and just be talking to us the whole time we were driving and shit. He was funny too, man. I could be wrong, but I want to say he was a black guy. I don't know. He was a husky guy. I know that for sure. But he was cool as shit, man. And it's a limo. They've got a partition. So therefore, you're allowed to drink in the back of it. As long as there's a separation. I wonder if that works for pickup trucks. Because I don't even think you're allowed to ride in the back of a pickup truck. But if you are in the back of the pickup truck, you don't have a sliding window. Or one that goes up and down. For the rear window. I wonder if you're allowed to be drinking in the bed of a pickup truck, because there's a partition. You can't hand the beer to the driver, because I think that's what they're, I mean, but the partition goes down in a fucking limo, you know? That's fucking stupid. That just, I don't know why, that just reminded me, but so my mom told me a story that they went to a field party. And if you're not a hick, that's where somebody has a field and you just roll up into the field and just, everybody is drinking. They normally get broken up by the cops. Because it's normally underage kids and shit like that. But anyway, and I'm pretty sure she was underage. But they're all drinking. And they needed a garbage can. So they're throwing all these empties into the trunk of this chick's car. And the next day, she gets pulled over by the cops. And for some reason, they wanted to look in the trunk. And she opened the trunk, and the cop was like, holy crap. Like, that's a lot of cans that you've got in your trunk. And, like, quick goat thinking, she's like, yeah, I see them on the side of the road all the time. And I always stop and pick them up. And then, like, she just turned, and there just so happened to be a couple cans right over there on the side of the road. She's like, oh, there's some over there. And she goes running over and grabs them and throws them into the trunk. And the cop was like, okay. And just let her go. I always thought that was a funny fucking story. There's more cans there. Reminds me of fucking The Jerk. There's cans in there too. Shit. I've been fucking live for 4 hours, 4.5 hours, and I played one fucking game. Oh no. I got high. I felt like talking. Like I said, I really don't talk this much when I'm not live. Like, actually, except for showing the ink that showed up on my fingernails to Taylor and talking to her, I think like the equivalent of my entire day of conversing with, normally it's just my boss, would literally, if it was a transcript, it would be like, okay, 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 okay. Like, I really don't say much. But I don't know. Maybe that's because I save it all for being live. Oh, this one's a minute behind. More than a minute behind. Have you listened to Jack Harlow? I've been like really into his shit lately. Oh, watch it. Or watch it. Listen to it. The I really like, I don't know what the fuck's playing right now. Oh, this is that Joshin song. What's Poppin'? Um oh, it's supposed to rain again tomorrow. Um I'm listening to What's Poppin'. But I really like Warsaw. That's a cool fucking song. It's so weird because I heard a commercial It was probably on Pandora, and it was blah 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 whatever service that we're using so that you can go and buy those tickets to that Jack Harlow show. And I was like, who the fuck is that? Like, I have no idea who the fuck Jack Harlow is. And like a week later, he just popped up in my playlist, and he's been playing ever since. I think I thumbs up every fucking song I've heard from him. He's like Posty. Or Halsey. She's playing right now. Juice World. Um. Who was I just thinking of? Oh, Wiz Khalifa. Um. Russ. Um. I don't really know of any songs he did besides collaborations, but like Tyga, um, Ty dollar sign, Ty dollar sign, um, all of these I like. Yeah, listen to Warsaw. I like that song. But What's Poppin' is what got me listening to him. Because he says something like, What's poppin'? I got something, just joshin'. And I've only known a few people that say joshin', as in like joking around, which is hilarious because I just watched a YouTube video where they said just joshin'. And then they were like, does anybody else ever use that term? Like, I've only heard it from a couple people. And I was thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time. I was like, yeah, I almost never hear anybody saying that. But when I do hear it, I'm like, oh shit, okay. Yeah, I like Jack. He's pretty cool. Um, I used to have, um, like right now, my Pandora is Paranoid Radio, like named after Post Malone's album. But I used to have Daft Punk Radio, and I really haven't heard their songs in quite a long time. I liked, oh shit, I almost said the Weekend song. Um, I can picture the music video in my head, I just can't picture the name. I thinking of? Oh, Kevin Gates. I like that guy. He's got a unique style. Did I ever finish this bowl? It's been quite a long time. I've just been sitting here talking. I said I was gonna eat, what, almost 5 hours ago. This song is a good one too, by Post Malone. Spoil My Night. Well, actually, it's Post Malone and Sway Lee. Twitch doesn't really do it justice, but this new Xbox and a 4K TV is fucking amazing. Like, you can see everything. Like, even I can see everything. Which is funny. Like, my PlayStation, it was a model behind. PlayStation 4. It looked good. But I didn't even realize I had a 4K TV until I got this Xbox. Like, it's just gorgeous. I should probably shoot some fucking peoples there. Oh, I said I was gonna fucking finish off this bowl. And if I already did, I'm probably gonna pack another one. Oops. So, like I said, I'm like very weird with my, oh yeah, I still got shit in here. Because my friend's house burned down because of cigarettes. Like, I don't know anybody that fell asleep in bed with a cigarette and the house burned down. But I'm just very weird about my cigarettes. I know I'll drop ashes here and there, but I try never to. Especially in the house. When I'm out of the house, I really don't care. But, the other night, I put out a cigarette, because I have a snuffer. If you don't know what that is, it's just like a ceramic thing that has a hole in it. You put your cigarette into it, and then, oh, I like Jack. He's cool. Gotta go to bed. It's fucking 9 o'clock. I don't plan on going to bed until like 3 or 4. But anyway, I put a cigarette out in the snuffer, and it fell out of the snuffer. And then it caught other cigarette butts on fire. And it wasn't like on fire, but it was smoking like a mofo. So I ended up... This is how weird I am about my beer. A, the last little tiny bit in the can, I don't give a shit about. I want a new one. And B, I dumped this fucking can on this little, like, about to be fire and, like, had to soak down my entire ashtray. Well, not entire ashtray, it was just a small area, probably like a quarter of it. But, I don't know, I just kind of thought that was funny. I caught it. I didn't, like, let it get out of hand or anything. But it happened. I'm not afraid to admit. That's one thing about me. A lot of people try to mask the fact that they fucked up. I have like an attitude that I want to tell people before they figure out that I fucked up. I'm not proud that I fucked up when I fuck up, but I'm not too proud to not admit that I fucked up. Because I know I fuck up. Anyone that says they don't fuck up is a liar. Because everybody fucks up. I fucked up this gameplay. Like, coming up on 5 hours I've been live and I played one game. I don't know, I just kind of felt like talking. Alright, I guess that's dead now. I know you said you left, but another good song is "1,000 Miles Away" by Kid Laroi. Right? Yeah, "1,000 Miles" by the Kid Laroi. What the fuck does that mean? Where does it say that? Under start. Right trigger to open AAR summary. What the fuck does that even mean? What fucking movie was that? Oh, it's Office Space. What was it? Like, insert form letter now? What the fuck does that even mean? right now on my screen. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that thumbnail is Mean Girls, but I know for sure the one below it is Son-in-Law. I don't know why, but that movie fucking cracks me the hell up. Well, I owned it on VHS. I still do. But I've seen that movie so many times. It just cracks me the fuck up. Weezer-ware! Or, when she's getting ready to leave to go home for Thanksgiving, he comes running out of his fucking dorm room, and you're just like, Becca! Becca, look! Steven Tyler PJs! Steven Tyler PJs! And he's just like running around in a circle. Oh no, I found that fucking movie funny as hell. It's probably one of those movies that, because of my age when I saw it, I just thought it was so funny. But yeah, Middle America, surfing the fields. Ahoo! Ahoo! That was one of my favorite movies that I practically wore out the tape and the VHS. Like that and The Jerk. I've seen The Jerk so many fucking times. And it's still as funny every time I watch it. Like that movie just cracks me the fuck up. Like I can quote that movie all day long. All day long, motherfucker. That one is so great. Navin R. Johnson. Sounds like a typical bastard. I love that he uses the word bastard. Like if he would have said fucker, it wouldn't have been the same effect. But a typical bastard. It's him! It's him! What is him doing here? Hey, what's up with these cans? They're defective. We don't have a defective poison. We don't have defective cans. We've got a defective poison. Take cover. He hates these cans. Or, like, he runs away from that dude and, like, gets away and goes in and it says carnival personnel only. And he's just standing at the gate going, he's not carnival personnel! He's not carnival personnel! While he's, like, waving a pistol around. That movie's fucking hilarious. The only thing that sucks about... Well, nah, I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say the only thing that sucks about that movie is it peters out towards the end. It kind of does, but the very end... Like, I don't know. that made the end of the movie good. Huh? I'm not a bum. I'm a jerk. And fucking Bernadette Peters was fucking hilarious in that movie. I'm picking out a thermos for you. Not an ordinary thermos will do, but a something about like nice big one with a handle and something and a cup built right in. Oh yeah, and right at that moment she left him, and the dog jumped in the bathtub with him, and the letter she slid under the door, I think she slid it under the door, got all wet, and he starts reading it, and he's just like, "Dear Naven." Because he couldn't read what the fuck it said. He was just like making up sounds. I can't think of one better, but it is definitely on my top 10 comedy. Oh, like Friday. I could watch Friday right now. Like, I could quote Friday. I can quote almost the entire movie. My neck, my back, my neck and my back. Miss Johnson, Miss Johnson, let's get a little prayer up in here. Actually, yeah, The Jerk and Friday, I've probably watched the most. And The Wedding Singer. When that came out, meaning available for me to purchase, um, I got it. I think it's on VH. Yeah, it's got to be on VHS. With my brand new TV, my brand new VCR. Actually, I think it might have been a VCR. No, it was a VCR. Yeah, it was a Mitsubishi. I didn't even know they made VCRs. But I was like, that's top of the line shit. So I bought it. It was like one of my, well, it wasn't my first credit card, but it was definitely the biggest credit card purchase that I made. Like even, I don't even have it up anymore. This other TV that used to be on the wall, I paid for out of pocket. I didn't use a credit card. But this TV, I did. It was a 39 inch. It was the biggest picture tube TV that you could get. It was 39 inch. I guess that's all the features. But I got that Mitsubishi thing. No, that was the second time. Well, no, I got the Mitsubishi VCR. So no, I guess I didn't get anything. But when I got that TV that used to be hanging on the wall, I paid like $1,000 for that fucking thing. And I didn't get any accessories, but I did get Superbad. So whenever Superbad came out on DVD, that's when I got that TV. And it didn't last very fucking long. Well, it did. My buddy Bob got the same TV, or he got a 32 inch, and I had a 42. He either got a 42 or he got a 32. I want to, or maybe it was a 36 or something like that. I want to say it was smaller than mine. But his TV went out in like a year. Like if there was any kind of warranty, like just past the warranty, that's when it went out. But mine lasted, shit, a lot of years after that. Like, because I remember him bitching about his TV. He got the exact same brand. No, these are all TLC. I had a, what the fuck did I have? Westinghouse. And the reason I bought a Westinghouse wasn't really because of price, because I think there was one cheaper. Well, I could have went smaller and got cheaper. But I knew I wanted a 42, which is hilarious, because this is a 55 inch. And it's like right here next to me. But I got Westinghouse because I grew up in Pittsburgh, or around Pittsburgh. And that was a big mill. That was in Pennsylvania, or in Pittsburgh. Westinghouse. And I think it was also a power company. Like, it was a bunch of different companies. But I knew of them because of Pittsburgh, and I was like, fuck it, let's go with that. Like, I knew I didn't want to get a Sony, because they were just top of the line, expensive-wise. So I got a Westinghouse, and it ultimately ended up breaking. And to be perfectly honest, I probably could have fixed it for like $15. I already fixed this TV, this monitor. I mean, technically it's a TV, but I use it as a monitor. The LEDs went out on it. So actually I made a video about it, I'm pretty sure. Where I take it apart and take out the LEDs and replace them. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they gotta be sitting around here somewhere. I ordered LEDs for this TV, and they came in and they were wrong. And I had to order more, and they came in, they were right. But in the meantime, I just had this TV like taken apart, sitting on my dining room table. But then I got the right ones in. Actually, I might have thrown the other ones away. No, I want to say they're sitting over there. But I changed out the LEDs. It was so fucking simple, too. Like, A, disconnect power. Take it off your stand, because mine's on a stand. Take out all the screws that surround the fucking back. Pull the back off, and it was just like right there. And you just like unscrewed, like I forget how many strips it had. But each one had 2 screws, one on either side. And then like you just undid them, undid the connection, plug in the new connection, screw in the new ones, put it back together, and your TV works again. Which I might be having to do with this one. Because this one is so much more crisp. This one's starting to get kind of dull. And I only say that based on the background. Actually, no, they might be about the same. I don't know. I'd have to go to a white page on this one to compare it with this one, because I'm pretty sure this one's more, like, brighter than that one. Which is why I'm so dark right now, because I'm on a black screen on this one. I should probably put that over here and then flip them. Well, that's still not going to do anything. It'll be the exact same. well, I don't exactly watch her all the time, but this chick on Twitch, she does ASMR videos. I don't even know what the fuck that acronym stands for, but it's where they make weird sounds into the microphone and shit like that. And I don't even remember how I found her. I guess she popped up on my recommended because she's right there now, as well as like other people who I have no idea who they are. Two people are playing games, and the rest are all ASMR videos or channels. Um, but she popped up, and I was like, all right, I'll check her out. And when I went, she had this like little short skirt on, like thigh highs, and like she would make noises into the microphone, and then she would back up so that like you could see not all of her, but like to like her knees. To you could see that she's wearing a short skirt, and then she would like kick her leg up, like to the side. I don't know. It was like her little signature move or something like that. And I don't know. It caught my eye. I watched, but so I watched that day, and I was like, oh okay, yeah, like she's hot. Like I like what she's wearing. Blah blah blah. So the next day, I'm looking, I'm like, yeah, fuck it, let me look on Twitch real quick. And so I see her name pop up in my recommended, so I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna go to her channel and see what's up. What's she wearing today? You know? Because she looked hot yesterday. So I go, and she's in a Spider Man costume. Like, it was pretty form fitting. But it was a fucking Spider-Man costume. I don't know, like she didn't have the mask on, but she had everything else. She even had the gloves on and shit. And then I went back the next day to see what she was up to, and she was back in that Spider-Man costume. I don't know if it was repeating the previous day's video or what. But I've checked back like another time, and she's in that fucking Spider-Man costume. I'm like, what the fuck? Bring back the short skirt. But yesterday, on my recommended, it was like all ASMR videos, except for one that said pool and spa something. And I was like, I used to do pools and spas. Like, let's tune in. Let's see what's going on. And I clicked on it. It had nothing to do with pools and spas. Like, I have no clue why the hell. I don't even remember what the fuck they were talking about. I just remember going there going, maybe I'll even chat in the chat. And I went there and I was like, this, yeah, like, I don't know these people and they're not talking about pools and spas. Who is this? Isn't this Willow? Yeah. Wait a Minute by Willow. I like that song. I think one of the lines is, I left my consciousness in the sixth dimension. I left my consciousness in the sixth dimension. I left my soul within his vision. Might have got that wrong. I hate when it does that. I don't know why, but the left earbud, which is in my right ear, I only use one earbud at a time, is so much quieter than the right earbud. Like the right, I like with the sound all the way off, I just click up twice, perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, actually, now that I think about it, when I first got not these earbuds, because these are the newest ones. I've had like 5 different ones, 5 different pairs. But the first ones that I got, I would only click up once on the music. And that was sufficient when I was at work where there's noise going on. But these ones, I gotta go up 2 clicks. With this left one, I haven't done it. But I usually go up 3 clicks. It probably is time to get another fucking set of these. I would like to have a backup pair, which this pair would be the backup. Because I've got other backups, but they're the ones that the dog, like, chewed on. So, like, they're, like, missing the back, and if you, like, have any kind of wind blowing, it's, like, turning up or turning down your volume, and, like, it's a pain in the ass. And, like, when I put my headphones on to play Call of Duty, like, that will fuck with it. Like, it'll, like, think that I'm trying to touch the headphones, and it'll, like, change settings and shit like that. Which, I forget all the different settings that it has. But there's, like, noise canceling, like, dynamic, I think. And there's got to be at least 1, maybe 2 or 3 more settings that I don't even remember what the fuck they are. And I cannot tell the fucking difference between any of them. The only thing I can tell is certain songs, the bass is fucking awesome through these fucking earbuds. It's usually the right earbud, because it's the louder one. But, like, like I said, I only click up twice, and I've got a lot more clicks that I can go. And that shit, like, practically rattles my head. Like, rattles my skull. But not in the annoying way. Like you're sitting in a vehicle with, like, a system. Like, it's more, I don't know. It's pleasant. I don't know. It like lets you hear the music. clue how my dog got a fucking, I think it's only one beer can, into her kennel. But she managed to do that. And that's why you hear cans rattling around. It's only one can. Oh, and I do remember why I didn't get it out. I was going to. It was right at the front of the cage, and when I went to let her out, she practically like kicked it all the way to the back of the cage. And I was like, alright, well, we're not getting that damn thing. Meanwhile, this one over here is sleeping. Kind of feel like I've been neglecting Rue a little bit. And it's, I don't know. I guess it's because she's a fucking psycho. As you can hear. Yeah, it's picking it up on the mic. But Rue is just kind of like a psycho. Kepri is so gentle. Which is so funny. Well, not the worst dog bite I ever got. I've been bit by four dogs? Yeah. I've been bit by 4 dogs. 2 of them were cop dogs, German Shepherds, that lived next door to my house, my parents' house. One was this little tiny, like, yippity dog. They warned me not to go near it because it's gonna bite you. But it was the quickest way to get from point A to point B, because we were working and I was just trying to like be proficient and stuff. And the damn thing ran over and bit me on the leg. Like the first one I got, my back got torn the fuck up. Like that dog knocked me down, bit and clawed my back like completely. The second time it was similar, but I don't think it was that bad. The third time was this little yippy dog that just bit me on the leg. I just had a little blood coming out, like no big deal. It was more of like a surprise. And the fourth time was Kepri, when I was fucking around with the hose. And she thought we were playing, and she jumped up and grabbed a hold of my thumb. I still have scars all over my fucking thumb, and like lumps where the skin went back, I guess, together. But those are like, I'm pretty sure that is the only 4 dogs that have ever bitten me. And I've been around, I'm gonna go ahead and say like 5,000 dogs. Because when I would do maintenance, I would go to the house, like they would say the lights aren't working. And I would go to the house, and they wouldn't be there, because they're at the beach. It's, the middle of the summer, they're like not wasting their vacation, they're not going to wait around for me, they're going to go to the beach. And I could enter the premises, but they didn't let me know that they have a fucking dog. And there's been so many times that because I would have a key. I had a key for every fucking house. Usually it was just one of those card keys. So you just like swipe your card. They'll know, like if anybody reads the door, they'll know that you were there because it has your name on there and shit like that. Unless you like programmed it wrong or not programmed it wrong, like intentionally made your name different. But there was only a few people that could make cards. I was one of them. I was always making cards for people. And I never didn't have my name on there. Like, I usually didn't have my full name. But I would have, like, Tom or Thomas or something like that to let them know that it was me. And I think we used an acronym or... I don't know. I think we had a code, like CCV or something like that, that let everybody know that if you're reading this lock, this was somebody from the company, kind of thing. Because the guest would have their own card, but that it would just have like, it would say like card 1, card 2, card 3, card 4, card 5, like depending on how many cards we gave them. But would you chill out back there? But I would have a card. So I, like most houses use the card. Like it was probably like 90% of our houses used a card. But there were some old school people that only wanted to have a key. Like straight up old school key. My problem with the key, well, I don't have a problem with the key. But my problem if I was an owner with the key is why do you think there's not going to be at least one person that's going to take that key down to the hardware store and make a copy made and just come back whenever the fuck they want? Like, it's low probability. Because normally people drive like 8-10 hours to get here. So why would you drive all that way just with the hopes that you could get back into a place that might be rented? But, I don't know, as a homeowner, that would concern me. And I would just rather go with the keyless way. Although I will be honest, it will, well, the way we used to do it, it would destroy your door. Like the amount I've worked for, shit, I did the math before. 1, 2, or wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I thought it was 8. I don't know. 6 or 8 rental companies. And the amount of money that was spent to replace people's front door that we just destroyed to get this fucking thing on is fucking crazy. Like, they lined up the holes. It had a deadbolt on top, obviously, and a handle down below. And those usually lined up with a normal door. But a lot of the times it didn't. So we also had these metal plates that would go around the front of the door. Well, sometimes you would have to chisel out the whole like bevel edge on the outside of the door just so you could get that on there. And then you screwed that thing into the door. So now you got holes that you gotta have to fix if you ever remove it. And then like to get the holes to line up, if they didn't, you would have to just use the well, I would call it a template. It's not really a template. It's just like a metal guard for your door. But I would use that as where to drill at the top to get the deadbolt to line up. So now you would have like 2 holes at the top and then 1 hole at the bottom, but you're missing the whole bevel on the side of the fucking door. Like, you just destroyed the living shit out of it. And when I first started working, we didn't have these kind, where there was just deadbolt door handle, just line up the holes kind of fucking thing. They had, instead of removing that whole bevel on the front of, or the side of the door, you literally had to like chisel out that bevel and get rid of that. And then you had to chisel into the door like a bunch of fucking times. And like a lot of the door goes missing. Just so you could get the two outer pieces to go together. And those were where we like really... Well, I don't think we lost any money, but the companies I worked for, they lost a lot of money because of that shit. And then the last company that I worked for, that's where we just started being a little bit more smart about it. And we would just remove our equipment, leave the metal plate on the door, and then install the deadbolt and the... Oh, then you had to like chisel out the fucking door frame so that you could have access for a deadbolt hole, and put plates on for the deadbolt and the handle. And I would always go... Yeah, because you're breaking the door frame anyway. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of a slider door lock. Both of them, like the deadbolts and the slider door lock, come with like 3-inch big ass fucking screws. And that's like your actual safety that, you know, that will make you feel like somebody can't break into your home. The deadbolts have 2, the slider has 1. The slider has 2 other screws, but it has one big, fat, fucking 3-inch screw that will go into the door frame, which is what you want. On the sliders, I would always leave them out. I would never install the 3-inch screw. I would just throw it in my toolbox. Or, not toolbox, it was like a parts container. And save it. And the reason I did that was because people were getting locked out of their place like so often that I had to break in. So if you leave that big ass screw out, you can just go up to the slider and just yank on it like 5 times at the most, and that bitch will just like, the screws will pop out of the wall and the lock catch will come out with the door, but you just undo the lock and then just put bigger screws into it. Like, cause they come with like these little tiny little machine screws. I would put like wood screws into it. Like not very long ones. I would only do like 1.25 inches or 1 inch or something like that. Just enough to hold the door shut, but if I had to break into that bitch again, it was gonna be easy again. Which actually, now thinking back about it, that probably was one of my favorite things about working for any of those companies. Oh man, the very first time that this happened, I got acquired by another company that bought out the company that I worked for. The company I worked for had two maintenance guys. They had me and Pringle. Pringle was the guy that I talked about like a million times. He's fucking hilarious, or was fucking hilarious. I don't know if he still is. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Last I heard, he moved to Pennsylvania. But we had 2 employees. But this other company acquired us. Like, they bought out our company, so we just became employees. They asked me, like, the guy I worked for, I didn't technically work, I did, but not according to, like, payroll, work for the company that got bought out. I technically worked for a contractor that built houses. But when the company got acquired, but I did maintenance for the company that he owned. He owned the real estate company. So I did work for him. Like, that's pretty much what I did, but, like, he would, every once in a while, he would just call me up and be like, yo, I need you to go pick up, like, a bunch of 2x4s and 2x6 and drop them off at this address. And I would go do that shit, too. But when the company got bought out, he came to me, or actually, I went to him because the company made me an offer. And I asked him to match the offer, and I would still work for him. Oh, no, that was the problem. Well, I think he was willing to match their offer, but I was also getting benefits. I was getting, like, 401k, I was getting, like, insurance, like, all that different shit. And he didn't want to match that. So I ended up working for this other company. So, I don't know, a couple weeks after they take acquisition, they had, like, a kick-ass maintenance team. The company I worked for, it was me and Pringle, and literally we were teaching each other stuff. We'd be like, dude, did you know that this, like, works like this? And we were, like, just, I don't know, we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. We were just kind of feeling it out. So they were like, we want you to come up to our excellent fucking, like, they had, like, 5 HVAC techs. They had, like, a dozen or maybe more maintenance people. They had their own pool and spa company. Like, they had everything, and it was, like, really good. And so they were like, we want you to come up, like, me and Pringle, but, like, at different times. We want you to come up and train with some of our guys. And I'm like, all right, yeah, that's great. Like, yeah, give me more knowledge. So I went up there, and they put me in a truck with Mikey. Mikey was a big fucking guy from New Jersey. And it was fucking hilarious. He's like, okay, because they had a different system than us. So he's like showing me the work orders, like, this is how it reads, like, this is how you read it, blah, 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 this is why it looks the way it is, all this shit. Whenever you do the work, like, you put it right below. We didn't do that. I always wrote it on the back of the fucking sheet. But they wanted it, like, below all of the information. Like, right there on the front. I guess to photocopy it or whatever. But he's showing me all this stuff. And he, I want to say it was the very first fucking house that we went to. Like, we weren't even far from the office. Like, I don't even think it was a mile from the office. Like, we totally could have just... Anyway, we had to get into the owner's closet on the ground level. Because most houses here are, like, up on stilts. And here, on this house, like, in the ground level, was, like, a water pump and water softening or water conditioning or whatever equipment and shit like that. And we had to get in there, I think, to turn the water back on for the owner that was coming in or something like that. And we go in, and Mikey grabbed the key. Because we had, like, a big, huge fucking thing of key. Actually, at that place, I think we had an entire closet that was nothing but keys. And Mikey grabbed the key. And we go, and the key doesn't work. And I was like, oh man, that sucks. And he was like, yeah, it looks like we gotta go back to the office to get a different key. And I was like, okay. And, like, we were, like, turning around to, like, head back to the truck, and he just spins around and fucking kicks this door in. It was fucking hilarious. Broke the living shit out of the fucking door frame. Like, it was broke for, like, 3 or 4 feet, man. Like, the entire thing. And he was like, yeah, what did he say? I think he had small feet. I think he said like size 10 will work. That was the first time I've ever like actually seen somebody kick a door in. Which is funny because when I was moving from the condo, the deadbolt broke and I couldn't unlock it. And I remember Mikey and I was like, fuck it. Like, we're kicking the door in. But I installed the deadbolt so good. I put the 3-inch screws in. Like, everything was so good. I kicked this door like 15 times. The dude I was with kicked it a couple times. Like, we could not kick it in. I don't even remember how the hell we got in. I remember, like, taking shit apart somehow. Which doesn't even make sense, because you can't take it apart from... Oh, I drilled it out. That's what I did. And whenever anybody thinks, or, yeah, I guess thinks, about drilling out a lock, they always think about it wrong. There's 2 ways you can drill out a lock. One, what you do, if you know anything about locks, you've got the cylinder, that's where your key goes in, and that's what turns. But the cylinder, where your key goes in and turns, at the very top of that, and it's just below where you think it would be. What there is there's springs in the top, and they're pushing on pins. And when you put your key in there, all those grooves in your key, you're moving those pins, and they get to what they call the shear line. And so when you put your key in, there's no resistance. Like if you try to put a screwdriver in, you're not lining up the shear line, and like good luck with that shit. And then some of them use, actually I've seen like, well, padlocks are 3-pin. Most door locks are 5-pin, but they do make 6-pin, like Schlage, what do they call that? Security Max or some shit like that. And Kwikset was always 5-pin, but its other company, Kwikset and, because this is technically the kit, the keying kit, or no, I have both keying kits. I got a Schlage and I got a Kwikset, but this one's specifically made for, I can't remember their top of the line locks. But anyway, you can drill right at the shear line, sever those pins and the springs, and you can just take a screwdriver and you can just unlock the door that way. Or, I'm pretty sure I tried that and it didn't work, because you gotta be really good at that shit, man. I've had a lot of practice. But like I said, with almost all of them, like where you think the shear line would be, you gotta like come down like, I don't know. I like to use like a 3/8 drill bit. So I guess 3/8 of an inch. But the other way that you can, I hope I'm not like trying to give anybody advice on how to break into shit. But like maybe your shit will fuck up and you need to know how to do this shit. I just so happen to keep my tools in my truck, so I didn't have to like get into the house to get my tools to fix this problem. But I'm pretty sure the way, I think I tried to shear or break the shear line, and I failed. And I couldn't do it. Like, I was pounding on screwdrivers and shit, trying to get the cylinder to turn, and it would not fucking turn. Or no, I don't even think I tried to break the shear line. I'm pretty sure because I could put my key in and I could turn it, but nothing was happening. Like the deadbolt was broke. So the other way you can get in was I've installed so many. This was it was either a Quickset or whatever their other company's name is. I can't remember it right now. But it was a Quickset derivative. So I knew exactly where the holes were that the screws went into on either side of the cylinder. So I drilled right into that, and I drilled right through the screws, knocked the whole fucking thing off, and then used a screwdriver inside to unlock the deadbolt, where the deadbolt wouldn't do it because it was broken. But it may sound bad, but I was a professional, and I got paid to break into houses because people lost their keys all the time. I I've ripped sliders open. That was like my main way to get into a house. I don't think I've ever actually kicked a door in. Or no, yeah I did. Yeah I did. It was just like a ground level, like a closet door. But yeah. I fucked up that door jam too, just like Mikey did. But that's why I stopped kicking in doors. And then, you can't see them. But I've got vertical blinds. That is the way to go. Like, I've always heard, like, you take your credit card and you, like, jimmy the lock. I've never done that. I would use my key card for work because I could just, like, good excuse to go back to the office because I need a new key card. Like, that kind of shit. But what I found was vertical blinds. You take those suckers and you cut a piece like this big. Like, you don't want a credit card size. You want, like, one that's, like, this big. Like, 18 inches. And that way, when you use it and you fuck up the end of the card, you score it with your razor blade and just peel off the messed up area, and you still have a fucking card that's now, like, 14 inches or something like that. Like, still to this day, I have, like, no joke, like 32 of these cut up blind slats right in my tool bag in case I ever need to break into something, which like I said, I got paid to do this. I didn't ever, like, steal anything. I would just gain access. It was almost always the cleaners. Like the cleaners that go on the weekend to clean the house after the people leave. It was almost always them that couldn't get into a house. And I was always trying to find, like, a window that was unlocked. And then, like, you go to the screen, and to minimize damage, you take your knife and just, like, slip it into the side and, like, just kind of give it a little, like, turn, and it'll unlock the two little locks that are on the bottom of the window, because they're almost always Anderson. And then you just pop that thing out, and then just hop in through the window, and then, put the window or the screen back in, and then, the cleaners can have access to the house. But I was the go-to to get into a house when, like, the keys weren't working. Because sometimes the card key, the lock would just die. And sometimes you could reprogram it from the outside, and you could replace the batteries from the outside. but sometimes they didn't work. So now you gotta either hope you have a key back at the office or find another way in. And I would find another way in. And yeah, there was one time I almost was defeated. I was getting ready to try to kick a door in, which I pretty much knew I couldn't do. But that one, I found a window. Somebody left the window unlocked. And I got in that way. But most of the time it was the slider. You just yank on those things hard enough. They just swing right open. Like, I was so good at doing that they would have, like, newer people, not really new people, but newer people, go with me when I needed to get a house open, just so that they could learn, like, my method. Like, what do I do? Because I had a 100% success rate. The only one, I remember it was the last one I did that I got in through the window. I totally thought I was defeated. I couldn't yank the slider. The door wasn't working. I couldn't find a window that was unlocked that I could access. Like, I probably could have got a ladder and maybe done it. But I ended up finding one fucking window on the ground floor. And I got in that way. But I had a 100% success rate at getting into places where we just didn't have keys or access to. I do kind of miss doing that. That was fucking fun. I like the challenge of it. Like, how you gonna get in? You gotta get in. You need access. Like, we got people coming in here in a couple hours, and this place gotta get clean. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of things I did that I loved about that job. Like, even the stupid, like I was just talking about a couple hours ago, I'd be on my way to work, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna be early to work. Like, normally I'm like right at 9 o'clock, but I'm gonna be there like 10 minutes early or something like that. And they would call me, and I would have to turn around and go to like Home Depot and buy a grill, or Walmart and buy a fucking TV or something like that. I love that shit, man. Like, I loved having a company credit card. Like I said, I never misused it. I turned every single receipt in. But I love the responsibility that they gave me. Because I had credit cards. I had, like, where I didn't have a credit card for, I had a company account at. So, like, anything I needed, I just roll over there and be like, yo, I need this. And they're like, here you go. Like, sign here. Paid for it. The company truck was great, too. A, I love that fucking truck. But B, more importantly, like, just not paying for gas to drive an hour away and an hour back. That was the shit, man. The only thing, I think I did have to put my own money into it once or something like that. But that taught me it doesn't matter if you've got a half a tank, a quarter tank, or a full tank. You go to the gas station and you top that bitch off. That way I never had to pay for gas in my work truck again. Because, like, my Friday, I was at that gas station. That's usually where I bought my beer, actually. Even though it was more expensive than the grocery store. But I almost always bought my shit there. I got free coffee in the morning. And it was mainly because I would come in and want to pay with my card for $1 coffee. Like, they charged, I think it was like $1.07 or some shit like that for a coffee. And it was the large one, like the big ass one. And I would want to pay with my card. So I'm pretty sure the charges that the credit card company charges were more than the profit margin on the coffee. And I was there all the time. My company had an account with them. That's where we got all of our gas. And I always bought beer at the end of the day. And so it just got to the point where he was like, yeah, no. Like, well, at first, he was like, you're coming in at the end of the day, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I'll just charge you that. And I'm like, okay. And then, like, it got to the point where I was coming in going, remember I had a coffee this morning, too. Or I'd have two. Because a lot of the times I would get, like, 2, maybe 3 coffees in a whole day. And I'd be like, don't forget to charge me for it. And it just got to the point where he was like, don't worry about it. Like, it's just coffee. And so, from that day on, I got free coffee. Which was an awesome fucking perk. But he was cool as shit, man. Like, I'd be like, I want a coffee and a blueberry muffin. And I'd just walk up to the front and just be like, Jack, I got a blueberry muffin. I'll pay for it at the end of the day. And he was like, alright. And then I would come in at the end of the day and he would never remember any of it. And I'm like, don't forget to charge me for that blueberry muffin. And a lot of the times he just did that like, nah, don't worry about it kind of thing. Like, let me charge you for your beer and cigarettes. But I was in there like all the fucking time. Like, I would get lunch from there. Like, they would have like tuna salad sandwiches or like a ham and cheese sandwich or something that I could eat really quick. Because I never really took a lunch until they took away lunches. We got paid for lunch. So you take a half hour and they're going to pay you for it. And I don't know. I guess I was such a good employee, in quotes, that I just wouldn't take a lunch. I would just stop at the gas station and grab something. Or I would call, like, one of the restaurants and order something. But I would just eat it on the way to my next job. Like, I didn't stop, sit in the parking lot. I did a bunch of times. But for the most part, I'd just be like, fuck it, I'll just take, like, a tuna salad sandwich and, like, a bag of chips. And I'll just eat that shit on the way to my next job. And usually I would only eat half of the fucking sandwich. And I would only eat some of the fucking chips by the time I got there. And I would just, like, set them aside. And then I'd eat, like, the rest of them on the way to my next job after that. But then the day came, well, we got bought out by a bank. And nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change. That's what they kept telling us. And then the very next year, everything's gonna change. And one of the changes was they took away paid lunch. So now we had to come in at 8:30 instead of 9 and work until 5 so that we could have our 30 minutes of a lunch break. As soon as they started doing this, I took 30 minutes for my fucking lunch break. Fuck, the one day we took like close to an hour and a half for a lunch break. And then we were leaving because we went to the same bar I was talking about. Where I would get that pork barbecue. And we were walking out, and I don't remember who the hell said it. I don't even remember who the hell was there. But one of us looked at the go-kart track across the street, or across the parking lot. Oh, okay, it's working. One of us saw the go-kart track, and they were like, hey, want to go ride go-karts? Like, I know the guy that works there. He'll let us in for free. And I was like all of us were like, fuck yeah, we want to go ride go-karts for free. And we went over there, and we spent he let us go around. I think you were only allowed to go around so many times, but he let us go around like 3 or 4 times that amount. Like, he just let us go. And Keith had this fucking one go-kart. Nobody could catch up to him. Like, for some reason, it was just so much faster than all the other go-karts. But we had so much fucking fun that day. And it was all out of spite for the company for taking away our fucking lunch breaks. But I didn't normally take advantage of that very often. But when they took away our half-hour lunch break, well, they didn't take it away. They just made us pay for it. Or work extra to pay for it. But when they did that, I ate at a restaurant like almost every fucking day after that point. Like, I didn't go to the gas station and just grab something quick and easy so that I could eat it on the way to my next job. I was like, fuck that. Like, they're not paying me for a fucking lunch. I ain't working during my lunch. And we didn't have, like, a specific time to take lunch. Like, you could do it, like, if you want to do it at 10 o'clock, go take your fucking lunch. You want to do it at noon, take your lunch. You want to go, like, most of the time, I was usually in the afternoon, like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. But I would go, like I said earlier, to North Banks, and I would get their pulled pork with their kick-ass fries, coleslaw, and a shitload of jalapenos. And besides that place, there was another place, which it was so fucking smart of them. Well, I went to Subway a bunch of times, and they were always closed on Sunday. Like, I don't know why they were closed on Sunday, if it was like a Christian thing, or Jewish thing, or, you know, whatever. I guess it's Jewish, they would have been closed on Saturday. But anyway, I was friends with the owner. Well, I would go in there a lot, and I would talk to him a lot. And the one day I went in, and I was like, dude, why are you closed on Sunday? And he's like, I don't know, just, you know, have a day off, or, you know, something like that. I forget what his excuse was. And I was like, this is Kerala in the wintertime. Like, I have my choice of, like, one restaurant when you're closed on Sunday, so I can't come in. So I convinced him, because I was like, there's no other place to go. There was like 2 places, I think 2 places to go. And one was expensive, and the other, I think, was the Chinese buffet. And I was like, dude, you should be open on Sunday. So he decided to start opening on Sunday. And I quit going there. I just got sick of Subway. Because I was eating it all day, like all throughout the week. Because I could get a 12-inch sub. I would usually eat 6 inches. And then, that didn't sound right. And then I would save the rest for later. And then when I would get home, I would have the other half of the sub. And, but I got sick of Subway. So I stopped going for a while. And then we went to Oklahoma. Like, I had no desire to eat at Subway. Like, I don't know. I just felt like I had enough Subway for a while. And we went, I think it was on the way home from Oklahoma. My dad wanted to stop at a Subway. So we stopped at Subway, and I got a tuna salad. Tuna salad? Chicken salad. Tuna salad. A tuna salad sub. With like every single topping that you can get on there. And it was fucking awesome. So I wanted to duplicate that. So when I got home, I went back to work. And it was lunchtime. So I went into Subway. And the guy's name was Joe, actually. I still remember his name. And it was so weird. So I go in, I think I would get like a chicken bacon ranch or like a steak and cheese or, you know, some shit like that. Something with protein. Whatever I got a 12-inch because I was planning on saving half of it for later. And when I went to pay, he was like, yeah, there's no charge. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, it's free. It's on me. And, like, I got a drink. I didn't get a cookie. But I guess I just got a drink and a fucking sub. But a 12-inch sub. And he was like, yeah, it's on me. And I'm like, why? And he's like, dude, you told me to, like, open up on Sunday. I did that. And I can't remember the number that he put out there. But we'll just make up a number and say, like, my business has doubled. Like, it's crazy busy on Sunday. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I was telling you to stay open on Sunday. Like, people are still working up here. They need some kind of option for lunch. But he ended up giving me my sub for free. Maybe I got a meatball sub. I haven't had a meatball sub in forever. I could totally go for one of those bitches. But yeah, but one of the other, well, I was gonna say the other restaurant, it's called Route 12 because it's on Route 12. They came up with the idea, which was fucking brilliant, of having a cheap lunch menu. Like, they had a special every day. I forget which day was chicken parm day, but it was like chicken parm on top of spaghetti, and it was like a lot of spaghetti too. That was one of my favorites. They had lasagna, they had like meatloaf with mashed potatoes, they had, like, every day of the week they had a different special, and it was all like relatively cheap, like $5. or $6 or something like that. And I think it came with a drink for free, with free refills. But I like going there, but they would shut down like in the middle of the winter. Like they would do that for the fall and the spring, but they would shut down for the winter, so I couldn't go there. But one of the other restaurants that I would go to all the fucking time, like all of us would, like the entire maintenance team would be like texting each other, like, you ready to go to lunch? And like we would all meet up at the, they called it China King. It was a Chinese buffet. I've been to a China King in Oklahoma. I've been to a China King here. I've been to a China King in, I think, Pennsylvania. Like, they just, it's just a name they fucking throw on their business. And, like, I don't know, expect you to think it's a chain when it's not. But, we would all meet up. Like, we would be sitting in the parking lot waiting for the rest of our maintenance team to show up for like a half hour. Just waiting to get all like hang out and eat together. And we would go into this China King, and it was cheap too. It was like $5 or something like that with a free drink. Well, actually, it was a fountain drink, so you can get as many drinks as you want. And we would all go in there, and they had like all the popular food that you can get at a Chinese restaurant. That's what was on the buffet. Like they had sweet and sour chicken. Damn it. This fucking thing. There it goes. They had sweet and sour chicken, which I called Chinese chicken nuggets because I normally didn't get the sweet and sour sauce. I would just get the chicken. They had some sort of rice that I would get, which I'm not a rice fan, but it wasn't white rice. It was like a brown rice, which I like a lot more than white rice. They had like General Tso's chicken. They had like mw2 pan. They had like all kind of shit that I never would have tried if it wasn't for the buffet. And we would go in, and we would eat, and we would eat, and we would eat, and we would eat, and we would be going back and getting more, and we just would eat the living shit out of this fucking Chinese food. And it was, it was always a given. Like, we would finally get done, and we would refill our drinks, because that way we could, you know, have another drink while we're, you know, driving to our next job. And it was always happening every single time. As we're walking out, my boss, well, he was my coworker, and then he became my boss. But every single time, he would just be like, yeah, gotta hit the office. Which was the closest house that we managed from the Chinese place. And he would go there every single time after we ate Chinese because, like, well, in his words, Chinese food is pretty much like you take an egg roll and you take 2 egg rolls and you drop one into your mouth and you drop one onto the floor and they both hit the ground at the same time. He was always going to 427 to fucking take a shit. Which was hilarious, because when I had to work in Whalehead, like, I'm driving past and I see his truck in there, I'm like, yeah, he's taking a shit, man. Actually, was it that house? No, I think it was one in Crowell Light. There was one house which it sounds weird as fuck, but they had carpeted bathrooms, which sounds gross as fuck. But I trust our cleaners, and I'm not a germaphobe, so I would be fine. But we had our company Christmas party, and I didn't drive. I got a ride. Actually, we had Chris's wife. I don't know why I can't remember her name right now. But Chris's wife drove us. And me and Chris both got fucked up. But I had to work the next day. Which I didn't really mind. But I got really fucked up. Like, this is one of the only times I remember having a hangover. And I remember I went to this house that I'm talking about. I can't remember what the fuck it was named. But it was an older house. And they had carpeted bathrooms. And I remember locking myself in the bathroom and just laying down for like an hour or two. Because I was so fucked up, like hungover, that I just needed time away. I remember it had that fucking picture in there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the same bathroom. But yeah, that night, the night of the Christmas party, I was gonna drive. Oh, Missy. But Chris was like, "No, Missy's gonna drive us," and I was like, "All right." Like, I'm just a backseat passenger, so yeah, if you're gonna like pick me up and then drop me off, like fucking A, I'm down. So, oh my god. Now I remember that night. Holy shit. We got there. I'm pretty sure Missy didn't drink at all. She might have had like one beer or something like that, but she was driving us home, so she really didn't drink. But I remember we got there and we got a 6-pack of Corona, like right off the bat, and drank, obviously 3 each. Maybe Missy had 1. So maybe someone had 2 and someone had 3 and she had 1. But we got a 6-pack. Then we got another 6-pack. Then we started in on the shots. And then I don't remember how much of anything that we had, really. But I do remember we ended the night with shots. And then the last drink of the night? We might have had more Corona after that. But we had Irish car bombs. And it's the only time I've ever had an Irish car bomb. Really not that big of a fan. Like, I like the concept. But, I don't know. If I never drink another one again, I will not have a problem with that. But this was the first time I ever had an Irish car bomb. And I had 2. Or no, maybe 3. I know I did one with Chris. I know I did one with Melissa. And I might have done another one. I probably did, knowing me. But, I don't know. I think Guinness is overrated. I don't like it. Like, what is that, a stout? I prefer lager, apparently, because I'm pretty sure that's what it says on Budweiser. But yeah, that's how we finished. Well, we might have had more shots after that, or Coronas, or something like that. But I remember, like, towards the end of the night, I just remember everybody being very jovial and just, I don't know, wanting to hang out. And we did Irish car bombs because it was the first time I ever did it, the only time I've ever done them. Wait, there was another one too. What's the other one? There's another one where you drop a shot into something. I think it's vodka into. I mean, it must be a beer. But there was two different kinds of drop the shot into the beer drinks that I had, and I know a couple of them were Irish car bombs. Oh, that's right, because Colin. I hope he's fine. He was having a lot of issues. But Colin was there, and he said his favorite beer was Guinness. So maybe that was the third person I did a Irish car bomb with. Well, I probably did one with him every single time I did one, but I think that was the third person I was thinking of. Because I know I did one with Melissa, and I'm pretty sure I did one with Chris. And I think then all three I would have done with Colin. Because he loved Guinness. I think I've had one Guinness. Or maybe it was only the Irish car bombs I've ever had. But I wasn't really a fan. What the fuck is this person? I don't know who the fuck that is, but they keep messaging me. Oh, yeah. So what I was getting at was I drank a lot. And the next day I was so fucking hungover. But I remember we left. Like it was the end of the Christmas party. We left. It was at a bar. And we left. And I remember walking to the truck. And I was like, man, I could have drove today. Like, I am totally fucking fine. And then we were driving home. And I remember going around the bends and shit like that. And I had to, like, put my hand up to my eye to, like, stop the double vision. And I was like, oh my god, I am so fucking lucky I did not drive. Like, there is no way. Well, no, there is a way I could have got home. But it would not be a legal way. Like, I totally should not have been driving. So I was so glad that Missy drove us. And Chris was the same way. Because I think I was in the front seat for some reason. Like, I don't understand why I was in the front seat of his car. Why would he be in the back seat? That's, like, always been a rule in my vehicle. I'm never sitting in the back seat. If somebody else is driving, I'm sitting bitch. Like, I got passenger seat. Shotgun! But I'm pretty sure Chris was in the back seat. Because I remember clearly seeing everything in front of us and having to cover up my eye. And I remember saying, like, holy shit, I'm so glad that I didn't drive. And he said back something like, oh, I am so fucked up. Like, I don't think I've ever been this drunk before. Which I didn't feel that way. But I definitely should not have been driving. Which I didn't. Wait, was that? No. No, I was thinking of one of the Hunter feasts. Because, like I said earlier, it's like an all day drinking thing. Like, I would show up, I would get a ride and show up at my boss's house, and we would literally start drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning. And we would just keep on drinking until it was over. Which normally we would get home around 4. I think we would leave around 2. And it would take, because you had the ferry ride, and then you got the long drive and shit like that in the limo. And we have to stop and get more beer, like we always did. But I would get home like 4, 4:30, something like that. Like, the first couple, I had my sister pick me up. And then after that, I think when Bobby started going, it was his wife that would pick me up and drop me off. But I remember one of them, I made it home, obviously, because I had a ride. I walked in the door, and I ended up, I had the TV on. I don't remember if I was watching the, YouTube, or if I probably still had TV at that time. And I passed out on the floor right in front of the fucking TV. I don't think that was the time where I was really fucking hungover. Because I had plenty of time to sleep. Because I slept from, whatever time I got home, 4:30, 5, something like that, until, 8 o'clock the next morning. But there was another time. Wait, was it my 30th birthday? That would make sense. I don't know. It was one of my birthdays. And my sister decided to take me out to a surprise party. And she called up, a bunch of my fucking friends. And we all met at this one bar. Longboards. And, there was a couple of my friends that couldn't make it. But they all, I guess, gave my sister money for shots. They were like, buy him some Jaeger, because I was drinking Jaeger at the time. But anyway, I did a lot of fucking shots that night. Everybody that came out bought me a shot. So that was a lot of shots right off the bat. It was a short amount of time that we were there, so that would fuck me up even more. But the point of the story is I got some sort of food, and I can't remember what the fuck it was. But I do remember that when we were leaving, it was in one of those styrofoam containers, and I tucked it under my arm. And the fucking shit just leaked all over my fucking pants, down the side of my shirt, and it was pretty fucking bad. When we got home, I was getting out of the truck, and I'm like, holy shit, man. I got stuff all over me. And I think it might have been my car. No, I think it was my sister's car. Because she drove me. And I don't think I got it on the car at all. Because she was just laughing at me. And she probably wouldn't have been laughing if I got it all over her fucking car. But yeah, I just remember that. That was pretty funny. I got pretty messed up that night, too. It doesn't really happen to me anymore. But it did on those 2 occasions. But that was another night that on the ride home, well, yeah, I don't think she was with her ex-husband at the time. So I'm pretty sure I was sitting in the passenger seat. But it was one of those drive homes, which that drive is very short. The one I was talking about before, that one, depending on traffic, you can do it in 30 minutes or it might take you an hour. Like, there's no way I could have done that drive. This drive, I probably could have done pretty easy. But you gotta drive past the police station. So, that's never good. But that was another ride home where I was just looking out the windshield and I was just thinking, like, man, I am so glad I didn't drive. And well, it sounds like I am, but I'm not like a big bar person. I like to drink, but I don't like to pay bar prices for drinking. Even though you can have access to like anything. You want Sambuca? Boom. You want, vodka? Boom. You want like whiskey? Bourbon? Like, it's all right there. You don't have to pay for a bottle. You can just take one shot. But you're paying your ass off for it. So you might as well just go to the liquor store and buy a bottle. So I'm not really a big bar person. Like, I like the bar, but I don't know. I just didn't really ever have anybody to go to the bar with. So I just didn't really go. Except for the times I just mentioned, really. But one night, well, I was talking to a psychologist, one of them. I don't know. She never prescribed me medicine, so I guess that's not a psychologist. Or is a psychiatrist the one that can prescribe medication? Whatever. But I was talking to her about, like, not meeting new people. And she was telling me that what I should do is get out. Like, go out. Like, because if you're not going out, like, you're not going to meet new people. And I was like, alright, yeah, that makes sense. So, one night, I think I was off the next day. So, I called up the local taxi company and way overpaid for a fucking ride. From here to the restaurant that I used to say was my favorite restaurant until I realized I don't like anything on the menu. I only like the specials that they have. But I went there, ordered dinner, got a couple beers. Actually, I think I had like 4 beers or something like that. And then got a taxi back home. Didn't meet a fucking person. And besides, like, getting a pretty decent dinner, total waste of fucking money. Like, I think I paid $50 in taxi fees to go, like, a mile and a half. And then a mile and a half back. I think it was like $25 each time. And I lost a $100 bill. Or maybe it was a $50 bill. I lost a bill. And it wasn't $1, and it wasn't $5. I don't even think it was $10. May have been a 20. Might have been a 50. I kind of remember it being 100. Because I was so mad. Like, it had to have fallen out in the taxi. So I guess I tipped the taxi driver $100 or 50 or 20. No, I don't think it was 20. It was a big dollar amount. So 50 or 100. Because I normally didn't keep cash on me. But I just so happened to have cash on me this day. Oh, that's right. I took cash out because I knew I was going to go out. I was going to take a taxi, so I needed to pay cash. I needed a taxi back, and I was going to go get dinner and a couple beers. So I probably took. No, I guess I took like 200 out. Wait, the ATM only spits out 20s. So I don't know where the hell I got that bill from. Because I'm pretty sure every ATM I've ever been to only spits out 20s. But yeah, that was a giant fail. I was so hopeful too. I was like, I'm just gonna roll over to the bar, get me some fucking food, talk with some people. I don't even think I talked to one fucking person there besides the bartender. I don't even remember what I got, but I bet I got um Cuban steak, which is like some sort of like chimichurri type pico de gallo type stuff on top of some kind of like skirt steak. And they pre-cut like not all the way through the steak, but like they put like perforations like halfway through the steak on top. That shit. Okay, that is on the menu. That I think that is the only thing I like that's on the menu. And if it's not for that, I usually get whatever the special is. But we went there. No, that's not the name. It's got foot in the name. Barefoot Bernie's. This one day, we went there for lunch. It was me, my parents, probably my sister, my aunt and uncle, and my other aunt and uncle. And we went there for lunch. I always thought this fucking thing was hilarious. Me and my sister, yeah, she had to have been there because we both thought this was fucking hilarious. Like, so the waiter comes and hands us menus. And, like, normally the waiter comes, hands you menus, and then the waiter goes away. And you sit there, look over the menu, and then, like, you're ready to go. You know, hopefully. But this time, I remember my one uncle, who's always been a little weird, but he opened up the menu and was like, almond encrusted, or pecan encrusted, salmon, or no, pecan encrusted, it was some kind of fish. And like he just like he opened up the menu and was like pecan encrusted tilapia and just shut the menu and like set it down. And me and my sister have been laughing about that for fucking years, man. Like just how quick he was like, "Oh, there it is." even though I would look over the menu over and over and over again, I was always like, maybe I should try the pad thai, which I never did. Like, I almost always got the Cuban steak. It was fucking good. Because it always came, well, it came with a vegetable and it came with mashed potatoes. And I'm a sucker for mashed potatoes. I fucking love mashed potatoes. Like, I don't care what kind of mashed potatoes you got. Oh, what's up, Garrett? Oh, yeah, the raw tuna is my shit. We went on a cruise. The second cruise that I was ever on. I've only been on two. And they had a sushi bar. A sushi slash sashimi, because raw tuna would be technically sashimi. And that was some of the best shit I've ever had. That dude, like, had a cut of fucking tuna right in front of him and was just taking slices off of it and handing it to us. And we were just eating the living shit out of that stuff. We stayed there for like 15, 20 minutes just sitting there eating raw fish. Which I'm not a big fan of raw fish, but raw tuna, right, cooked tuna, my absolute favorite fucking fish. Like when my brother-in-law, well, he wasn't my brother-in-law at the time, my sister's boyfriend at the time, when he lived with us, um, oh god damn it, his um, when my brother and or my soon-to-be brother-in-law, he wasn't at the time, but when he was living here, his soon-to-be brother-in-law, who was going to marry his sister, worked on a fishing boat. And there were days where I would come home from work and he would be like, dude, you want some fucking tuna? And I'm like, hell yeah, I want fucking tuna. Like, I love, like, grilled tuna. Like, I love raw tuna. But grilled tuna is, like, the fucking shit. And, like, this dude, like, would get tipped in tuna. Like, they would go out and catch a whole shitload of fucking tuna. And people, like, they would cut it up on the boat on the way back into the dock. And he would get tipped in tuna. But he'd be, like, too tuned out. And he would give it to my brother-in-law. Holy fucking shit. That was some of the best shit. Like, a charcoal grill and some fucking tuna. Oh, fuck yeah, real deal wasabi? I've never had the real wasabi. I've had the horseradish shit. Oh, hell yeah. I'd totally be down with that. Where are you at again? Approximately? You don't have to tell me, like, exactly where you're at. Just, like, the closest city to you? Yeah, I'm not a big sushi person, but that's because I don't like rice. But I did, um, like, what, last week, I guess, or something like that. The guy that delivers sushi, he was like, do you want some? And I was like, I don't know. I'm not like a big sushi fan. And he was like, no, 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 no. It's on me. And I was like, all right, like, let me know what's your favorite out of everything that you've got here. What's your favorite? Like, I'll try that. And I forget what he gave me. It was kind of like a California roll, but I think there was like some fake fish in it or something like that. And so I'm like all excited. Like I got free fucking sushi, man. It's like $6.99 or $8.99 or something like that. And the dude just gave it to me. And so I was all excited. So I get home and I didn't eat it for a little bit. But then I was like, oh man, I got free sushi. I gotta partake. So I opened it up and it had like 8 pieces of sushi in it or something like that. I ate 2 of them and I was like, okay, they're good. I don't like the rice part of it, but like the inside part, like the vegetable or, avocado and shit like that, I like that shit. And I left it sitting out, and my dogs found it, and they ate the other 6 or 8 fucking pieces of sushi. I remember to leave my headphones on so that it protects my earbud, but I didn't remember to put the sushi away, and they devoured all of it. Which they didn't like get the runs or anything, so I hope they enjoyed it. But it was free, so I really couldn't get that. I couldn't get disappointed. I couldn't get mad. Like, it was given to me, and I share my food with my dogs all the time. Like, I love buying fruit because the cup of fruit that I'll buy, I usually cannot finish. So I just feed it to the girls. Like I get like the my favorite is like I was just talking about how I I'm craving cantaloupe, but it's really not the kind of shit that I like. Like actually I think my grandma used to put sugar on her cantaloupe. But my favorite is blueberries and strawberries. They'll like mix them both up in like a little cup that you can buy, like I don't know, like an 8 ounce cup, a 12-ounce cup, something like that. But I almost never make it to the end of the cup, so I'm always just feeding them to my pups. I don't do the grapes. I won't feed them grapes anymore. Ever since I found out they're poison for dogs. And the day after I found out, like, they had the runs so bad. Like, I fed them grapes the night before, and then I found out the next day at work. And then when I came home and took them out, like, they had the runs so fucking bad. I was like, alright, yeah, okay, I'll buy into the grapes for poison fucking argument. So I haven't fed them that since. But I feed them all kind of shit. Like these dried apricots. I love them. They're fucking great. I love dried fruit. It's fucking great. It was well, I guess peppers are fruit too. But that's like mainly why I bought a dehydrator, which I have not used in years. Mainly for peppers, But also, I wanted to make beef jerky, and I wanted to dry out fruit. And I never did the fruit. I never did the beef jerky either. I did do all the peppers, though. I still have a shitload of fucking dried peppers. And I haven't grown them in years. Holy fuck, I've almost been live for 7 hours. So, yeah, pretty much like 7 hours ago or so, I got home and said I was gonna make my fucking hot dogs that I'm so excited about having. And I still have not done it. If I had to work tomorrow. Oh. If I had to work tomorrow, I would probably be getting on this shit and making it. But I literally have nothing to do tomorrow, and I'm probably not gonna sleep. Look, now my phone's doing this shit where it's like still listening to Pandora. What the fuck? Alright, that was weird. What the fuck? Did it come back? Yeah. That was weird. Here, wait. Is it? No. Maybe it's because I'm on a network. Oh. But no, like, my notifications said I had an email. And when I went to clear the email, it disappeared. And as soon as I turned my phone off and put it back on the charger, the email showed back up again. Whoa. I think almost 7 hours. Most of it just me fucking talking to nobody. I don't know, maybe it's time I go have my fucking hot dogs. Or maybe I should smoke a bowl. Or maybe I should smoke a bowl and play another game. Which is what I started this live stream for in the first place. Yet, I played like I played one 10-minute game. And I've just been sitting here rambling ever since. hit this fucking bowl. See what fucking happens. Maybe I'll get super fucking hungry and need to go make my damn hot dogs. Or maybe I'll just wanna fucking play some more. Fuck it, let's play some more. Alright. Let's play some fucking shit, man. I think I've been talking for long enough. Alright. Yeah, fuck it. What is this shipment again? Mainly 80 proof? What are you even doing back there, dog? G-Man Hatake? Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh, shit. Ah, fucking fuck. Ah, fuck, right when I laid down. Fuck. Holy shit, it was like a fucking hornet's nest coming at me. Oh, man, I'm sucking. use that shit? Shit! Oh, fucking whore. Whoa! Fuck, 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 fuck. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? The fuck? I can't get a kill at all. Uh-huh. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, mofo. Yeah, bitch. Oh, you fucker. Ah. Shit. Oh, an assist. Ah, Nitsa. Ah, you fuck. Ah, couldn't get there. Ah. Oig. Whoa, Jesus. Right when I respawned. Oh, defeat. It was last 15:25. I had 2 seconds. All right, I'm gonna hop off here for a bit. I'm gonna go.